My heart is full of softer things, gentler thoughts of you. Prints in the sand, let's remember them together, sealed up by the winds. Time will never break its stride. We will grow stronger, and we will face our fears. Oh, footprints in the sand remind us where we came from. The path to go will never end.
Hi everyone! Say hi to everybody in the multi-chat. I don't know which one of us you're listening to, and I only remember to write in blue sky that I'm going live right now. Okay, so Kingirl is watching Shaka. Yeah. Gosh, I've never done multi-chat before, so I'm very befuddled and confused. Okay. Okay, well, I am a bit late with unmuting, so let's just get right into it now.
Of the panel in OBS. It doesn't remember.
Hi!
Hi! Welcome in. How's it going, everybody?
Hello.
Hello.
Hello to Shaka.
Hello. I wasn't watching the time. I was stressed because my chat box wasn't working again. So,
Oh dear.
Oh no.
so
I
now I'm
ended
late.
up
I'm sorry.
undeafening 1 minute and 10 seconds after we agreed.
uh. Hmm. Welcome in, everyone. How's it going? I hope you're having a lovely time. I was about to say, oh, Claire has disappeared. Claire has left the call.
Claire,
Claire
yes, because
crashed.
Claire's Discord crashed.
Oh, no.
When Claire said everyone deafening made my Discord crash.
Oh. Well, we're off to a good start. But yes, welcome, almost everybody, I suppose, to a new campaign of Dungeons and Dragons, 5th edition, proper 5th edition, not new 5th edition. Just for extra confusion's sake.
Update from Claire. I might be nearly back. I can always join voice from my phone for even crummier audio quality if my PC doesn't recover. So she's trying.
Yes, and there's plenty for us to do to fill time. How has everyone's day been so far? I feel like I only woke up like 10 minutes ago, and obviously that's not true. I've been awake since 9, but
yeah, same. I've woken up with a bit of a funny tummy, so I went to bed with a bit of a funny tummy, and I was like, oh, I feel a bit nauseous. I'm sure I'll be fine in the morning. I'm not quite fine in the morning, but I'm sure it'll be okay.
I slept in a little bit. I woke up 6 hours ago.
I'm ready for
That's
a nap.
lying in for you?
Yeah, normally it would have been like 7 hours.
It was 6 o'clock in the morning, though.
Yeah.
oh boy.
On a weekend.
7 a.m.'s a lie-in for you?
Yeah.
Oh my lord.
Do keep
I
in mind
slept
also
in.
I'm in a different time zone.
I'm factoring in the different time zone. You
Yeah, you
still
got the
got up at
times right.
7 a.m.
Yeah.
and said that was a lie-in. You are a different breed of person to me.
Well, I stayed up a little late yesterday.
How late is staying up late?
Well, yesterday it was like to 11 p.m. I think.
Hello, darling.
Hi.
Hello.
Back.
Hi.
My PC is still struggling.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Honestly, your
Well-
phone mic does not sound bad. Like, to me.
Okay. But yeah,
We will persevere.
absolutely. Hopefully I'll be back and I'll pivot. But yeah, whatever. Hello chat, hello everyone.
Hello. Yeah, there's a little pinned comment at the top of my chat. I think other people's chats as well. Obviously, there's 6 people here all talking to each other. There'll be limited opportunities to say hi to chat, for which we apologise in advance. I'm going to say hello to a first-time chatter of mine. Welcome on in. I hope it's going well. But yes, so we're here to play some D&D. But first, we should say hello to everybody who is here with us. I'll go first. For people who don't know me, my name is Dizzy. I use they them. I will be our GM for today. I have built an island and a new world for everybody to hop on in and hopefully do some monster hunting shenanigans and other fun things to be getting on with.
You need to pass the baton to someone, but
I
I guess
do need
I've
to
done
pass-
it now. So, hi, I'm Sheka. I'm here. I stream, and I'll be playing the game. I guess I'm not really sure what to say here. I use whatever pronouns you want to put on me. I don't care what they are. They're what is gender? I don't know. I think that's me. I don't know. Here, go next.
Okay. Hi, I am Kirsten. I use she, her pronouns, and I have upgraded from being a forever DM to now playing Huzzah.
Yay! Game playing.
Shaskar, go.
Ah!
Okay.
Apparently I'm a bird. Hi, I'm Shaskor, also known as Sasikajor. I haven't streamed in a year. I mostly do my own thing. I have a Patreon where you can find all the things I'm working on, including the race I'm playing as today. Pronouns she, they. Wrath, you go next.
Hi, I'm Ref. I don't stream really. I have a Twitch, but I don't stream. Pronouns are they, them. I'm playing a dwarf. Yeah, Hex, go.
Hi, I'm Hex. I'm here now and then with Dizzy and Shackle playing Magic. I have not played D&D in a very long time, so we'll be a little bit rusty, I think. And I am playing a Dhampir called Morwen.
I think that leaves me to last. Hi, I'm Claire. I'm also known as the quietest one. You can find me on Twitch. I stream far too often, 3 times a week, which is, you know. Anyway, whatever. I usually stream from PS5, which is why I'm having technical difficulties with my computer. And I will be playing a gnome in today's campaign, which I'm very excited about. So, that's me. Oh yeah, she, her as well. Yeah, pronouns.
Awesome. I'm just working on audio because people are saying Reth is a little bit quiet. So I'm turning everyone else down and Reth up a little bit more. Thank you. Welcome. So yes, we are here today for a new game in a homebrew setting. Some people have mentioned who and what they'll be playing. We will see all of your characters as you take your first steps into this new world. But first, I must talk about the old world. Because the old world, unfortunately, is dying. There is a new star in the sky, a new sun, appearing originally as just a distant speck, an astronomer's curiosity, as it were. And then over the course of about 100 years, growing and growing in brightness and growing in power, sending its heralds, the angels, down to visit the old world and spread word of the coming of this new star and the fiery new dawn and the fiery end to all things that it brings with it. Mass movements, fervent cults, swept across the land, worshipping this new celestial arrival. Soon, great countries and empires began falling to the sway of this new faith. Until now, holdouts across the world that believe in the old ways are few and far between and beset on all sides by persecution, by crusaders, by, rabid preaching faithful and missionaries. Among those last few holdouts are our 6 intrepid heroes, currently scattered to distant corners of the old world, but each of you has found your way in contact with a small group, a cell, some part of a disjointed but to some extent collective whole, working towards not betterment of the old world, for that world is now lost, but possibly for hope of a new world and a new dawn in a new sky. We will begin with Wrath. You've made your way to a cave, the obvious meeting place, somewhere below the surface, somewhere where the sun's light, whether it be the original sun or the new sun in the sky, can never ever reach. You stand in this cave in a chamber that has been carved crudely from the rock. Around you stands a small number of agents of this organization who have contacted you, who have recruited you, who believe that you're a good fit for the new world. There are also 1 or 2 other people who have passed whatever strange and esoteric criteria they seem to judge you by. Standing alongside you, a couple of other dwarves. All of them are nervous. and they're nervous about what you see in front of you, which is a great gate, a large circular portal, bedecked with runes, big runes carved deep into the surface of the rock, but also in between those great runes, smaller etchings, carvings spreading across the whole surface, so that no inch of rock is bare. The portal for now lies dormant, quiet and cool. But tell me, what do these people in this room, this nervous room full of anticipation, what do they see when they see you?
They see an older dwarf. Quite, you can tell he's worked in front of a forge all his life. He's just got that kind of look about him. Quite the great beard and long hair to go with it. Well kept, like it's all tied up out the way, of course. You can't have anything getting in the forge, but he's there in some adorned armor, personally adorned armor, with quite the sword to go alongside him. Don't know what else to add. Sorry.
Oh, that's good. That's good. Okie doke. One of the agents steps forward and stands to the side of this great gate before you, places their hand upon it, and begins an incantation. The words are strange to you. If you've seen magic rituals before, they're probably not much like this. But as they speak, spreading out from their hand, the runes begin to glow with a pale blue light. And as this spreads across the entire circular structure, it leaks from that circle into the inner space between, until it coalesces into not a doorway as you'd know it, but a smooth surface of blue light. And you are gestured to step forward into it and across the threshold into a new place. You were underground before. You were in a cave. Perhaps as a dwarf you spent a lot of time in caves. Perhaps being outside is strange to you, or perhaps it's not. I don't know yet. But you find yourself outside in the dim light of early dawn. The air is so different from what you've just come from. It was musty, sort of dank cave smell. Here it is warm, yes, but it's humid. It smells fresh and thick with vegetable matter. The sky above you is clear, and a great green planet that you have never laid eyes upon before hangs in the sky. An unmistakable beacon that you are somewhere strange and new. Elsewhere in the world, two people stand in a chamber, in some ways not at all similar to the one that Melnir has just been in. But in all the important ways, it is concealed from the sun, it is underground. There are strangers and strange people around. There's an air of nervous anticipation. Two people stand. Delphinium and Wisteria. What do you look like to this gaggle of rebels? We'll start with Wisteria.
You see quite a tall, purple-skinned tiefling. She is wearing quite neat, beautiful-looking clothing that's very well made, but also partly covered with a thick leather armor. By her side, she has a quite a not very ornate but well-made short sword, and she carries with her a very large wooden shield that has a symbol of an oak tree and a dragon on it in black and red colors.
And Shaka?
Yep. So Delphinium Delphi, she is a bit of a shorter tiefling in comparison to Wisteria. She's light purple. She's got a lot of rings on her fingers, and she's wearing like quite well-to-do clothes, not maybe things you'd think of someone going adventuring. And she carries a lute, and she's got like this peachy kind of cloak on her, and I don't know what else to say.
Well, perhaps you could tell me what you are saying now as you stand here waiting. Everyone around you is nervous anticipation. Obviously, opening the gate each time seems to be an important ritual that carries some significant weight to those who are assembled here. But you've never seen this before.
No. Delphi has kind of like come in mainly because she's following Wisteria, who didn't know she was going to be here. She wanted to follow along and make sure she just was intrigued as to why she was leaving this world, so she wanted to follow along. So she kind of, you say we're standing here, but I kind of like to imagine that, you know, as things were getting ready, like Delphinium was like running late, so to speak, and like has burst in being like, I'm here, I'm ready, I swear I'm ready. And you know, she's just kind of in awe of like the whole thing going on, but she's just really looking for Wisteria to find where she is, to make sure she's in the right place, so to speak.
Well, Wisteria, presumably everyone around you has been shuffling and nervous, perhaps due to the lateness of a scheduled arrival. When they burst in and you discover that it is in fact somebody well known to you, what happens?
Wisteria would stay quiet. She would try to hide a look of surprise on her face, maybe not very well. And she would just like glare at Delphinium, not in a way of the hatred, maybe more disbelief or perhaps
disapproval.
Worry. Disapproval, yes, for sure. Maybe a sense of worry, because why is my little sister suddenly here? Why did I not know that she was gonna be here?
Well, with this the second arrival finally here, the master of this particular ceremony steps forward. Unlike at the other gate, this is a rather elderly, human, or at least very human-looking mage in very classic blue robes, a little bit faded, with the light of two suns. Clothes tend to fade much more than they once did. But he stands and he spreads his arms up above his head in a Y formation, and he begins the same strange chant. And it's just like in another cave very far away, blue lights appear across the surface of the portal and gradually become a smooth, shiny plane. And he continues to chant as the person next to each of you gives you a little nudge forward to step through. When you arrive through the portal, you also feel the humid air, you feel the warmth. It's so different to being underground. Melnir, I assume you are probably there. A day has passed for you, and as these two step through from the portal, it is not into the clear light of a pale new dawn, but it is instead into the middle of a thundering rainstorm. The people around you, they look unfamiliar. There's a mixture of races you've probably never seen before. They're in mismatched, strange town guard uniforms cobbled together, seemingly out of whatever arms and armor they can get to. But they're all, doing their best to cover their heads from the shower, sheltering in the corners and the walls as such. What is the first thing as you step forward into this new world? Suddenly soaked to the skin. What is the first thing you do?
Wisteria would raise her shield above her head and make sure to cover Delphinium as well from the rain.
Delphi would jump towards Wisteria and give her a big hug. Look, we're here together. We did it. We got here all together. Isn't this great?
Yeah. Okay. We're gonna have to talk at some point. I don't think now is the right moment.
There's a lot of rain.
There is a lot of rain. We should probably get inside.
Okay.
Somewhere else in the old world, under the cover of night, a rare commodity in its own way in this world of two suns. In the dungeon of a ruined castle, it's been abandoned for several generations back now. Hex, your character is sure their grandmother could probably have told you all about the family that once resided in this castle. But now it is home to this secretive... You're not quite sure. Are they a cult? They claim to be a resistance. Whatever it is, they've invited you down into their basement, and they have assembled ramshackle from the great stones that once made up this castle, a portal of their own. What do they see as you step down through the musty old trapdoor?
Woman, she's very, very tall. She's very pale skin, very dark hair, pulled back quite severely. She's very, very well armoured. She's got chainmail, and every inch of her is covered in black and white heraldry. Big shield on her back, chunky morning star at her side, and she works with a purpose.
Perhaps this is old hat to you, I don't know, as people start doing strange rituals in the castle dungeon. But, like in other places, a chant is performed. A blue light stretches across the space in front of you. Do you need prompting to walk in?
Nope, I think I will just... Well, it's probably best to wait for somebody to indicate we're all done. So maybe yes.
Yes, the chant finishes and you step forward. By the time you reach the new world, Wisteria and Delphinium have now been here for a whole day. The weather has improved, but not so much. It's overcast. You might expect rain later, or at least if this new world plays by the same rules as the old, you don't know. You see 3 people stood in front of you alongside this mismatched guard. Looking around, you see that the portal on the other side is surrounded by walls. Sheer, smooth stone walls, not naturally procured. And people peer over the wall from whatever battlements or fortifications they've managed to erect on the other side. This is a fortification that points inwards, as though they're scared of the portal and what might come through. But what has come through so far is you. What do you say to these new people in a new world?
Would give them a little, not a wave, but an indication that, hello. And head over to where the people are. People who look like they know what's going on and they're in charge.
Okie doke. Lastly, in the old world, a fairly sizable, by the standards of what we've seen so far, gathering of people. Shaskor and Claire. Shaskor, your family as well are all here with you. You are ushered down beneath the roots of a great tree. You and your family have been brought down from the mountains into the thick, dense, and damp forests of Thesselholm. Unlike the other caves hewn from rock, this is, walled with earth and tree roots, but there is a stone portal here all the same. It's a struggle for the 5 of you to fit into this space alongside all of the people who are needed to make the portal ritual happen. You are wedged kind of shoulder to shoulder. And starting with Shaskor, because I can see that Claire is muted, what do all the people here see as you enter this small, damp, earthy space?
Well, they'd see a 80-year woman clad in chainmail and with spruce branches for horns and satyr legs, covered with a green foliage-like color. And she has a shield on her back, a skull-shaped talisman or amulet hanging from her hand, and a staff made out of a fir branch in her other arm.
And Claire, if you are here with us.
I am here. I was just making sure that none of my technical difficulties were infecting
You're wonderful.
all. Hopefully you can hear me all right. I am back on my PC now. Good. Okay. So you'd see Hedy. Panagrim Heddleweddle is her full name, but known to all as Hedy. She is a gnome, so she's not shoulder to shoulder with these guys. She's about hip level to the rest of everybody. But yeah, she's a extremely weather-beaten, leathery little old lady. She's in her 80s in gnome years, which is probably like in her late 50s or early 60s in human terms. And she's definitely like someone who spends all of her life outdoors, even under the 2 suns. She's, so she's walking leather. She's tanned. She's weather-beaten to the extreme in her leather armor, with a big bow on her back and an axe, a small hand axe for cutting wood at her side. And so she's half the size of everybody else in the room, a little gnome. And she is very ready to make her start in this new land.
Okie dokie. Well, I'm hearing from my chat that there's a little bit of roboting going on. Which is odd, because I genuinely thought that the robot issue had... the robot issue had ceased to plague.
Is that me, or is that Shaskor?
It's not you. It's all of Dizzy's audio bar Dizzy's mic.
Ooh.
Yeah. It's a weird issue that we thought had been solved by updating audio drivers.
Yes.
Oh no.
Unfortunately, I don't have a good solution to it. If I had, I would have solved it already. I will... There's only so much I could do. I will do a couple of little things on my end. You might hear me leave the call just for a second, come back, just in case. Give me a second. Apologies.
Okay, it's not your fault. Like I genuinely thought we had it.
They already disconnected.
Hello.
Hello.
Blamer says it's a hell of a problem. Oh, it sounds a lot worse.
Oh dear.
Oh no.
Well, I just don't know how this bug fix will be fixed, Penguin, is the thing. It's not an easy thing to sort through.
It's been a long-lasting issue, hasn't it?
Yes, because Shaskor, I should say, for
no,
me,
it's not.
Your mic is cutting out very slightly, but that's not.
That might be because I've been messing around with my noise gate settings.
I don't think it is fixed though. Species, like previously it has come and then gone and then come back. Like fairly regular-ish intervals.
Yeah. It's the thing.
Okie doke. Well, I think we have kind of no choice but to press on, unfortunately. But yes, if people do feel the need to head to a Shaka stream for better audio quality, I can only apologize.
I'm sure the audio is perfectly fine on Shaskor stream as well.
That is also true. Yes, sorry, I'd forgotten that you were streaming Shaskor. My apologies. But yes,
I'm here.
It's not a Discord thing, Ash. We're aware of this problem. It's not a Discord thing.
Yes, I will do my best not to dwell. Apologies. Yeah, all I can say is I'm super duper sorry. If people want to go to other streams, that sounds like a sensible thing to do. I will still be live for those who wish to be here. So, Connie, Conifer, and Hedy, you step through the portal as it is summoned before you. You are the last to arrive. A few people now have been here actually for a couple of days, but you see this gaggle of adventurers, different species, from places potentially far beyond where you might have travelled in your days. Although, Hedy, I know you have quite a number of days under your belt already. This is your first time being together as a full six. You all knew that you were going to be sent to join an adventuring party. None of you have been given your full proper briefing yet. But how, the four of you who are already here, how do you greet these last two interlopers into the new world?
Well, I think the first thing that Hedy's going to do is say hi to Connie. Conifer is actually my goddaughter, but I've not seen her in a long time, since she was a very tiny child. So I will just be making all sorts of clucking, cooing kind of oh, last I saw you, you were knee high to a grasshopper kind of comments, and just asking after her. Well, actually, her family are right here, aren't they? So yeah, I'm probably talking to Connie's mum and catching up, because I've not seen them for a while. But then, yeah, and not really paying much attention to what the adventurers are doing.
Oh, Auntie Hedy, it's been so long. Connie does not look surprised to see Hedy again.
I'm glad to see you. You look so big and strong now.
Thank you.
When you were
You're
just a
still
little
kicking
fat one.
around.
You think the wilds could get me? No, sorry.
I will have to see about these new wilds.
Indeed.
Look, Wisteria, there's lots more people here.
There sure are.
They've
would
brought
you
their
like
whole
to say-
family with them.
Would you like to say hello to them, maybe?
Yes. Hi, I'm Delphi. Delphi just says out loud to everyone around her, basically.
Nice to meet you, Delphi!
Hello, Des. I'm Hedy.
Hi.
Archer and Ranger, and Beast Tracker of the Woods of Thistleholm. So
Do you make
hopefully my
friends with
skills
the
will be... Sorry, what was that, Delphi?
Do you make friends with the beasts that you track?
I've made friends with some little beasts in my time, yeah. Gnomes have an affinity with squirrels and stuff.
I love squirrels.
I've not brought a squirrel with me. I don't have a familiar at the moment, but perhaps we'll befriend some new beasts in this land.
I'd like that.
Morwen, you notice that of the family that has come through just behind Hedy and Conifer, one of them is a small child who clings to the legs of the person you assume perhaps might be this child's grandparent, grandmother. They seem noticeably afraid of you.
Me specifically, or the whole
specifically.
situation in general?
Well, we'll say you specifically for now. If they notice your eyes drifting their way, they hide back behind the leg a little bit.
I will. I won't take any action either way on that. If they're a little bit afraid, it's not really my problem. But yeah, I will sort of nod at the newcomers and say, hello, hi, and specifically eye up the two that have come through that look like they will be joining us, because I don't think the child or their family will be going anywhere with us, doing any adventuring.
Well,
Yeah,
from behind.
Oh,
Sorry, no, go.
sorry. No, I'm gonna say I confidently walk up to the two of the new group that look like they'll be joining us, and without a hand, welcoming them to the new frontier. Let's say.
Who are you putting the hand out at, given the height differences?
Yeah, us smellies gotta stay together.
Yeah, a hand. Just.
Yeah, Hetty happily shakes Melnir's hand, and small to small communication ensues.
Just a welcome to the. Looks like you're the two that'll be joining us as well. Nice to meet you both.
Indeed, that's the plan anyway.
And he
How
also
long have you
gives,
been here now?
a nice handshake.
It's been about
Strong
what,
handshake.
4 days been here now? I'm keeping track of things, right, Dizzy? About 4 days?
Yes.
Yeah, about 4 days. Yeah, 4 days. It's bright here. The sun is well, any sun is strange when you've lived most of your life underground. Some adjustment is occurring, but
And by contrast,
everyone here seems.
yeah, I was gonna say by contrast, because we've come from the surface lands where we've been dealing with 2 suns, so this feels like pleasantly cool and not bakingly hot. Which is
It's warm, but it's a different kind of warm. The heat of
Yeah.
having 2 suns is a very dry, parched heat. There are whole swathes of lands which, less than a century ago in some cases were, fertile breadbasket terrain that now are just dust. But here, it's damp. Like the overwhelming sensation, more than hot or cold, the overwhelming sensation that's different is damp. Moisture. It feels like it could almost drip out of the air in front of you. Obviously, it's been raining for a couple of days. It seems to have cleared up enough right now that this first meeting of the 6 of you is not interrupted by the pressing needs to get undercover. But every surface seems like it could be damp. The sheer stone wall surrounding the portal feels like it could be damp. Underfoot you assume it must be a kind of moss, but it's spongy and it holds its water. When you step on it, water leaks out from the fabric, the morass of this plant. The ground, where it's not boarded over, has kind of turned to mud. And those of you who, how do I words this? Those of you who have the capacity to sweat, because I'm not certain whether Morwen does or not, you'll immediately find it kind of beading up upon your brow. With the introductions sort of at least tentatively started, a man steps out from behind the 4 people who were here already. A few of you have already been introduced to him as Commander Saltager, or possibly Commander Salt. He is perhaps the only member of this ragtag sort of town guard militia that wears one coordinated, sensible uniform. You can see that it is that of a soldier, a decently ranking soldier at that. It's well maintained. He has a sword, which you'll probably recognize as being the arms of somebody who is a professional fighter, rather than something that can be turned to an agricultural use when the fighting season is done. And he asks all of you to follow behind him, because it's time for your meeting with the chief. He leads you out from this little walled area around the portal, and you see Hedy and Conifer. This is your first time seeing the other buildings around here. Are by no extent to the same strength of construction as that initial defensive little bit. Most of them are simple log cabins, stacked high with cotton. It doesn't even look like they're trimmed trunks. They're a bit strange looking, to be honest, the logs that make up these cabins. But they're just stacked to make rudimentary walls. The roofs are some sort of dried out plant matter, yellowed with time and the sun as a bare covering. They're clustered in a fairly ramshackle, higgledy-piggledy way around this gate. Like there's nobody really planning where the houses go. The one building that is different to that is the building that you are led to. This seems to be constructed from planks of wood and earthly woods, familiar woods at that. I know between the two of you have some knowledge of trees and plants and things. You'll recognize some of the materials that have gone into this, although notably you won't recognize all of them. The planks, although they are cut, sawn, attached together in a way that you recognize, they've clearly come from a wide collection of different base woods from across the world. And inside this building, the fore area, if you like, clearly serves as some kind of a barracks. There are bunks here. There might be one or two loitering members of the town guard. But the back half is an office. And you are shown into the office. It's a small room. There's some parchment scrolls, sort of paperwork scattered around. A lot more quote-unquote paperwork seems to actually be inscribed on tree bark, sections thereof using charcoal, basically. And it lies in piles, but orderly piles, in different locations around. And in particular on the desk, this is very clearly an old world desk. It's of some fairly decent craftsmanship. And behind the desk is a man, a human man. He looks to be perhaps in his early 50s. He's definitely on the older side of things. But you can also see that this clearly hasn't stopped him or slowed him down for a minute, because the overwhelming impression of this guy is that he is ripped. He obviously works out. He's kept himself strong. You can see his slightly too tight tunic is over some very well-defined chest muscles. His arm muscles that poke out from the sleeves, they're exposed. They're all he's strong. Even in his 50s, you back this guy in a fight with a normal person. He has a fairly hard-set face. He is, you suspect, somebody who's not given much to smiling. He has a short beard that's kind of greyish-white, and properly shockingly white hair, also cut quite short. Although he's a chief, you don't get the impression that he is a tribal chieftain. The kind that perhaps some of you have met on your travels. Nor do you get the impression that this is some airy-fairy nobleman resting on his haunches. This is a serious guy. He could probably do you some serious damage if he really wanted to. He holds out a hand and just says the word Malshaw, which you all know is the name of the chief of this settlement. who is the first to take him up on a handshake?
Delphi will reach out her hand and be like, "Hi, I'm Delphi."
It's a strong grip. It's a firm grip, but he's obviously not. He's not trying to hurt you. This is just the grip of somebody who is naturally strong.
She will look over her shoulder and say in a whispered tone, but not whispered at all. Wisteria, he's really strong.
He will offer each of you a handshake in turn. I don't know who's going to accept, but we will move on because he'll get fairly straight down to business. He says, "Look, 6 of you have been brought here. You all, I suspect, have an inkling why. We need folks like you for this town. Like I said, I'm Malshaw. I'm the chief. I run things around here. I don't have much time for nonsense. And you'll find that this is a world that does not have much time for nonsense. We have rules. There's not many of them. The number one rule of living here in this new world: this place is dangerous. We do not belong here, and this world knows it. And it wants each one of us gone. And cause we can't go back through the portal, the way it sees fit to choose this is by ruthlessly, brutally testing every single one of us. Every single person who lives here is teetering on the brink at all times. If you wander off alone from this camp, we won't see you again. You'll be gone. If you are out there in the wilds and you see a creature and you think, oh, that cannot be possibly that dangerous, you are already dead, having had that thought. This is the number one thing that I need to impress upon each and every one of you. If you don't listen to anything else that I say here today, you got to listen to this rule. And if at any other point I find that you have not listened to this rule, I find that you have relaxed, you have taken this world as a place that you can simply get about in willy-nilly, I will have to assume that you have not listened to anything else that I have said today, because it is that important. Are we at an understanding?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Good.
Yes, sir.
There's other rules. Some of you will have been introduced to them a little bit by my wonderful assistant, Phenomena. And as an aside, for those of you who have been here a couple of days, you'll probably have spoken mostly to Phenomena. She is a sorceress by training or by talent, perhaps. But she spends most of her time running the connections between the old world and the new world. And you will have learned upon arriving here, each of you, that it was ultimately Phenomena's orders upon which you were recruited. People were sent out into the old world looking for people with your kinds of talents. Malshaw will say, now that you're here, all of you are a little bit special. Most folks who come here, we expect them to toil hard for their food. We expect them to do their due shifts in the militia, make sure that all of us stay safe, because the threats on the borders of this town from the wild beasts that make this place their home are ever present. But not you. You 6 are all here because you 6 will all answer directly to me. What we need is something a little bit different. What this town needs is not ordinary people, although of course we need as many ordinary people as we can get through the portal safely and without endangering this place. But what we need is folks like you who can take care of yourselves out beyond the walls. I need people who I can trust to go out there into the world and tackle new challenges new things, things that nobody, no living person, no dead person has ever seen before. And I think that that's all of you. He has a look around, kind of trying to meet each of your eyes, perhaps seeing if you agree with what he's saying, seeing if there's any hint of nervousness.
I don't think
but-
from Wisteria's standpoint, I don't think she is nervous. I think she is like looking at Delphine.
Is everything okay with Syria?
Certainly.
You're giving me that look.
What look do you mean?
The look where you're like kind of worried, like, oh, what's she gonna do? Is she gonna be okay? And like, everything will be fine.
If you
Wow.
say so, I will believe you on your word.
We will see, because I have learned the hard way not to take folks at their words. And so the very first thing I want each of you to do for me is, let's call it a little bit of a test. And then he raises his voice, he kind of calls out past you. He calls out the name, Dorothy! And you hear from behind you, you hear kind of a bit of a scraping noise as the door is pushed open. And those of you who are human height are probably looking at human height for somebody coming through the door. And you will not see it. But those of you who are dwarf or gnome height will be first presenting with the matted, shaggy, black-haired backside of a wolf. She reverses in through the door. The scraping noise, you realize, is the fact that she is dragging in her mouth a skull, a large skull, not of a human, not of any creature that you've seen before, or anything that is really very much like a creature that you have seen before. And I will get to the skull in just a moment, but first this wolf. She presents herself, obviously, rear end first. She is dragging a thing behind her. She is wild. As soon as her eyes come into view, you see they are, kind of orange. They are terrifying eyes. Her teeth are obviously exposed because she has this thing in her jaws, and they are wicked and razor sharp. This wolf does not look like the fact that this wolf has responded to Malshaw's claim suggests that it in some way tame, or at least a familiar or an animal companion in some way. If you saw this creature in the wilds, you would fully believe that this was a wild wolf, and in fact, a more wild wolf than your average wild wolf. It doesn't look as though her fur is well kept. Like I said, it is matted and clumped. Towards the front of her, the black is definitely streaked with lines of grey hair. Perhaps she's an older wolf. But this is definitely a powerful animal. You get the sense this is an animal that is barely constrained here in this artificial environment inside this office with you all. She is fairly hefty. You probably have to kind of stand out of the way a little bit to let her get in. But the skull she is dragging, as I mentioned before, is a strange and unusual thing. It very clearly is a skull. Like, there's eye sockets, and there's a directionality towards it. There's what you might call a nose, but it's the best word you could say for it is it's deformed. The nose has a blunt snout. The head itself is perhaps 2 feet wide across and a similar length, and stretching back from it, the bit that the wolf is actually grabbing and carrying in its teeth is a bony crest, a protrusion, that stretches back from the back of the head. Actually forms kind of a nice smooth line down into this blunt nose structure. Imagine if you took a beak, the beak of a creature, and you just sort of hammered it flat. That is what the nose of this skull looks like. There's no teeth. In fact, there's not even really an obvious attachment point for a jaw as you would recognize it. As Dorothy pulls it in and kind of hauls it around to the side of the desk, Malshaw bends down. He grabs this great skull and heaves it up onto the desk and puts it down in full view of each of you. He says, "This is just one of the creatures that we have to deal with here in this new world. They are big, they're not that bright, but they're still dangerous. Here is the test I have for you 6 as a group. I want you to go out there. I want you to hunt down one of these things. We call them Hammer-Anners. You'll find
Hammer-Anners.
Hammer-Anners. Hammeranna. Hammer-Anners. As for the why, well, I want to see how good you are, but also, there's good eating on one of these. We here in this town of refuge, we cannot afford to pass up what meat we can take. If you spend time speaking to Erlen, he's one of my seconds in command, if you like, you'll find out that growing any sort of food here is a struggle. Keeping any sort of cattle alive and grazing out in the wilds is a fool's errand. So we need people like you, in part, to bring back creatures like this for us to eat. That is the main way that you'll be contributing to this new society. That is the main way you, 6, will be earning your keep. So, a simple task. Go out, find one of these beasts, bring back its body, and don't die. Okay? This is a test, yes, but it's not life or death. There is no failure other than coming back empty-handed, and if you do come back empty-handed, we will find work for you. There is plenty to be done. Okay? I don't need anybody going and doing something wild and getting themselves killed. Remember, rule 1. And then he points at Delphi. You girl, you seen Bright. What's rule 1?
Rule 1 is that this is a very dangerous place and we don't belong here, and we need to be really careful, and it's the main important rule that we should listen to, because if we think something is friendly, we're probably dead.
Exactly.
I don't want to die, so I'll listen to all of the rules.
He kind of has a little almost chuckle to himself. You're like I said, this is a man who's doesn't seem particularly prone to smiling, but that makes him have a little chuckle. You kind of see his teeth exposed. There's most of them still there, in moderately good condition. He says, "Okay, are there any questions?"
Yes.
He looks at you expectantly.
How long have you had Dorothy?
Dorothy's been in this world as long as I have, and longer than any other person who's been here. She was just a pup on that first expedition. None of us knew what we were going to find here. Her mother? She fell victim to Rule 1. You can see it kind of pains him to say this a little bit.
That's sad. Poor Dorothy.
Dorothy,
Everyone
for
should
her
have their
part,
mother.
just kind of looks still as grumbly and possibly hungry as ever.
One day, not right now, but one day, Elfie will speak with Dorothy.
I look forward to finding out what she has to say.
I've got a
Well, you're
question.
you're gonna have to figure that out.
Oh, that's gonna be so cute. What can you tell us about this Hammerana? Like, this is a skull that's practically bigger than I am.
That's a good question. I like it. Fair warning to you, a lot of the things you do here, no one will have the answers to those questions, but I'm a resource. I'm here for you to use. He seems impressed, I guess, that you've asked this question. These creatures, they are a couple of tons in size, in weight. You'll find them in herds. Do not take on a herd together. You take on a herd of creatures this big, even normal creatures, you'll end up as a fine paste, and my militia folks will never find you out there in the wilds. But he kind of whacks the flat, stubby nose of the skull. This thing is dangerous. Creatures here, they do, let's call it magic. But not your magic, not my magic. This thing emits sound. You'll hear a herd before you see it. If you get close enough, it'll blow your eardrums. You get really close, it'll blow the bones in your body.
How close
Well,
is
that's not good.
close?
Sorry?
How close is close?
Oh god, what's he gonna say? Hang on.
Looking at all my spells of 60 feet range.
You're doing okay. I've got about 5 feet.
I was gonna say he's gonna indicate to somebody's weapon. Let's say it's one of Morn's weapons. And says, "Well, don't think you're gonna tickle it with that blade." For one thing.
How should we approach it then? Are they less dangerous if we single one out from the herd? Is it still...
That's for you to work out. I need people who can think in the field, adapt to new conditions, work out the strategy. That's part of the test. I just don't want any of you to die in the process.
Adapt to overcome. What are its feet like? I know this is a skull, obviously. Has it got big, wide feet?
It's got 6 of them.
6 feet! Fantastic. That will make it easier to track.
Where would we find these, roughly?
That'll be part of the test to go out and see how you track it down.
Okay.
I'll show you to the edge of refuge. Once you're out there in the wilds, you're on your own to some extent, but there are herds that wander across this area. This whole place, and he grabs one of the parchments off of his desk, and he unfurls a loose sketch map. Which hopefully y'all can all see. He unfurls a loose sketch map. You can see the rough shape of what you take to be an island. Perhaps this is a map of the whole new world. Most of it is just an outline. There are some sort of scrawled notes here and there. They're upside down from your perspective. But he singles out one area that has a bit more detail on it, which is this area here. It's labeled as Lake Zone. And he, in one particular point next to this lake, you'll see that there is labeled a big X. He says, "We're here. This is us. This is refuge. Anywhere in this area, it's all lakes, rivers, streams, water. You'll find this place is very wet. You'll find a few herds roaming across this place at any given time." They move. They're animals. They drink. They... We haven't seen them migrate because we don't think there's anywhere for them to go, but we don't know. There's a lot of things we don't know.
Like carnivorous? You know?
Not that we've seen.
Okay.
That doesn't mean that they're safe.
Course. I guess we better be heading out then.
He nods.
Yeah, for sure.
He kind of rolls up. He kind of rolls up this parchment. And he leads you out of the door of the office. You can hear the pad of Dorothy's footsteps behind your wall as she's kind of bringing up the rear. And while we're here on this page, on this little map page, I'm going to give you a bit of a logistics overview for how we're running. So this map is principally it's a resource for you to use. So do feel free to put notes on it. You'll see there's a hex grid on it. Exploration will more or less be done from hex to hex in that kind of hex crawlery style way. Each hexagon on the grid is 2 miles, which in difficult terrain, and pretty much everywhere in the New World is difficult terrain, so in difficult terrain that is an hour's travel over land. I know from some of our little pre-game stuff, some people have drawn on a couple of features, some little arrows and annotations. In particular, something you'll probably have noticed on this map, as Malshal was laying out for you, is this labeled point up here, which is the pinnacle of the highest point. So it's the top of the highest mountain in the New World. It can probably more or less be seen from refuge. I'm going to play a little bit fast and loose with like how far you can see, depending on how convenient it is. But yeah, that's kind of the reference point for most travel in the New World is relevant relative to that tallest peak. You'll be able to see it from most places that you will go. And so you'll generally have a rough idea of north, south, east, west because of that. As he leads you through the settlement of refuge, you'll see that it's mostly constructed of these log cabins. And he'll lead you out to the northern edge of the town itself, where there is a kind of a crude log pillar palisade around the edge of the town itself. And then beyond that, you will see that there are fields. There is obviously farming going on here. There are some fairly wide irrigation ditches dug from field to field, and there's a limited kind of a trackway. It's been raining a lot, so the trackway itself is pretty muddy and horrible to walk down. And as you head along this rudimentary path, the crops that you see growing on either side of you are not necessarily familiar ones to any of you. No matter where you're from, obviously you'll be familiar with the local peasants and what they might be farming, be that rice or wheat or I don't know, cassava or something. You'll see a real hodgepodge mix of foods being grown. And then eventually you come to the edge of even that cultivated area. And before you lies an expanse of green. The plants beyond these nicely sort of managed cultivated fields are strange looking. They sort of sit in, rather than bushes as we know them, they sit in just kind of blobs, as though they've been kind of doled out by a giant ladle as big as any of you are. Just blobs of green sitting on the ground. Between them is a carpet of a different sort of mossy structure. Everything is damp, as has previously been mentioned. You can't really see very much that looks like trees, particularly. The larger plants are these red, almost viney structures, kind of like a great long skinny aloe, almost, that sort of sprouts up from the ground here and there periodically. And the other thing you'll notice is you get to the edge of this area, away from any sort of people, any activity, it's actually really quiet. Like, there's no bird song. There's not really much you can hear in the way of insects sort of buzzing or chirping or anything. There's not even really that much wind. There's no noise, there's no rustle in the foliage. It's just almost eerily calm. And open and fairly empty.
Well, Hetty, I heard you say about tracking. Do you know anything about tracking animals?
Oh, for sure. That was my main occupation back home. Hunting down beasts, tracking them in the woods. I mean, I'll certainly have a go, although of course I'm no expert in any of this new animal fauna, but
Can
what?
I suggest Warren will put in that before we, seeing as Will has literally only just got here, we have a touch on what everybody can do, can't do, so we know what we're working with before we start looking for animals to work with.
Well, I can talk to animals sometimes.
That
Did we
might
ever
be
say
helpful.
anything useful?
Well, my cat at home tells me when she wants to be pet and when she wants fed.
Useful information. I'll give you that.
Always.
I mean, I've never known cats to not be quite good at telling you that, even without speaking with animals.
True. Yeah, so I'm a ranger. I am. I've got my bow, so I'm good at distance, but I've also got my axe, so I can take things close up too.
And what about yourself? She'll gesture to Connie, because presumably the rest of us have had a little bit of a chance to chat before you two have gotten here.
Well, I've been blessed with the powers of Tiara, and so I can tell if there's any undead nearby and do some healing and stuff. I'm also very good with trees.
Anyone else want to volunteer what their skill sets are?
Well, other than speaking with animals, I play a lot of music, and sometimes people find that like quite inspiring, which can be helpful in dangerous situations. I never really used many weapons when I was growing up, but whenever I found out that I would be coming here and things would be very dangerous, I decided to take some lessons, and I now have a rapier to fight with as well. But I can do some spells and some healing. I can heal people if we need to do that.
Wonderful.
I don't know about like dead people or anything like that, but Connie seems to have that covered.
Yeah. Sorry, I could probably contribute more helpful magic at a later date, but today I just want to be sure that... No, I'm mostly prepared in case we would be attacked by minions of the Tyrant Star on the way here.
I hit things from fairly close up. So we'll have to see how this goes. What about you two? We have, I think, still Wisteria and a dwarf.
I was a smith by trade, but quite handy with a sword.
So you also want to be up close and personal.
Preferably.
I am quite capable in a fight, and I've also recently learned some basic survival skills. I can read a map, I can cook if needed.
You'll see that Melchior is kind of standing off a little bit to one side. Dorothy is still at his side, and he's kind of listening to this discussion. He's kind of nodding along a little bit approvingly as you'll like list your skills.
And
Teamwork makes the dream work.
we'll do a little high five before we get going. Completely.
Put your hands together in the middle and raise them up and say, yeah!
Yeah.
Yeah!
Power Rangers styly,
Oh
absolutely.
my god.
I know at least one person in this group who would be down for Power Ranger posing.
As long as we get the color coordinated outfits, I've got to be green.
I think there's too many of us to agree on colors. There might be clashing of colors
True.
on that.
Got 2 Purple Rangers.
Any final words of advice, Marshall, before we head out?
Trust in yourselves, trust in each other, look out for each other. Anyone falls
Got it.
behind, you stay behind with them.
Got it.
Sticks together.
So, Brave New World, who's gonna be the first to take a step out into the lake zone?
I use Eyes of the Grave.
I was waiting for it.
So, Shaska, what does your Eyes of the Grave feature do?
At first level, you gain the ability to occasionally sense the presence of the undead, whose existence is an insult to the natural cycle of life. As an action, you can open your awareness to magically detect undead. Until the end of your next turn, you know the location of any undead within 60 feet of you that isn't behind total cover and that isn't protected from divination magic. The sense doesn't tell you anything about the creature's capabilities or identity. You can use this feature a number of times equal to your wisdom modifier, minimum of once. You regain all expended uses when you finish a long rest.
Well, I can tell you that you are not aware of any undead within 60 feet of you, although you do get a weird itching sensation in your left eye whenever you glance over at Morwen.
Interesting. To explain the joke for our audience, we've been told that there are undead in the old world, not necessarily in the new world, and also this thing basically requires me to already be seeing the undead to register that they're undead.
It is a particularly strange feature for that. Like, it doesn't even let you like see them through walls. It's detect undead, but only if you could already see the undead.
Hey, I could do it 3 times for free without spending any other resources.
What do other people see when you're using your Eyes of the Grave? How does it affect your eyes? I assume that's where it would show.
I imagine that like I hold onto the amulet, and the amulet sort of has this like bluish purplish glow, or like not exactly gemstones. I guess like more like agates in the eyes, and I imagine that I like clutch the amulet, and then my eyes like glow the same way, in a wispy sort of way.
Oh. So yeah, you all have witnessed Conifer doing some sort of magical thing
Only lasts
with
a
no
couple of
obvious
seconds.
outcome.
Connie, are you okay?
Yeah, just checking if there's any undead, which are my
Oh.
specialty.
Okay.
Are you expecting any?
There's not, and I like kind of glance over to Morvin for the most part.
What does that mean?
I don't know, my eye just sort of felt itchy in your direction, but I don't know,
Well,
maybe there's
halfway
just
there.
stuff in the air here.
Speaking of stuff in the air, if you have a look out across this sort of new expanse, you'll see that there are flying creatures around. They're sort of mostly kind of small specks. Perhaps they are birds, or at least bird adjacent.
Shall we get going then?
Pictures in the sky. We should go and investigate.
Yeah, you wanna
I
head
don't
over that
think
way?
I don't think we have to investigate birds. Delphi, we're looking for
Presumably, though,
land creatures.
there won't be birds around wherever this herd is if the noise they make is dangerous.
That is a very good point that I didn't think of. This is why we're in a group for more thoughts.
Although, I mean, in the old world, some birds would, follow the herds to eat the bugs they flush up and stuff like that. But yeah, old world herbivores don't necessarily pose much damage to the birds that follow them. I guess we'll have to observe. Are there any signs of any tracks this close to the settlement?
Well, if you want to step out, you can be the 1st, and you can also be the first to roll a dice. You can make me a
Hell yeah.
wisdom survival check.
I've got real dice. This is rare for me. I don't usually use real ones.
Yeah, so for people at home, people who are here on the call with us will probably mostly be rolling real-life dice. I know some people will be using Roll20 and things like that. I'll be rolling physical dice, so sadly no clicky-clacky math rocks on screen for any of y'all.
I might be able to get some on screen on my end.
Ooh!
The-
You
that
could
are real one.
repurpose your tuna cam.
Yes, I could repurpose my tuna cam.
Nice little hand cam. You get to be a hand model. I got a 19 plus 4 for 23.
Ooh, that's a really good first roll.
Mm-hmm.
You step out, you're the first one to kind of step out across the imaginary threshold beyond the last field. You have a poke around at the ground. Like I said, it's wet and muddy around. Any tracks that were here would preserve fairly well. You find a couple of footprints in a cluster close to the end of the trail that you can very confidently identify as being those of a cow, or at least a closely cow-related cattle, domestic animal, livestock animal. There we go. That's the word I'm looking for. Which you can fairly easily dismiss as not being anything to do with your target. But in the immediate vicinity of the town, it doesn't seem like there are any tracks from large creatures. Perhaps they don't stray this close to the settlement, or at least they haven't been this close to the settlement in the last couple of days, like since the rainfall happened.
Yeah. Okay.
The birds are sort of flittering around, kind of somewhere off to the northeast of you. I'd say they're obviously kind of in that direction. And you're aware that the lake is to your west and then your northwest as well, if you want to head out in that direction.
I imagine a herd, they have to stop to drink. If we follow the water, perhaps we might come across them.
We may well do.
Good a plan as any, I'd say.
Yeah, I concur.
Okay.
And also, by the waterline, we're going to have potentially more mud, which means more tracks as well. So that's good.
It's a solid plan. You're happy to head off in that direction, following the lakeshore?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okie doke. I will move your little. We've got a little party. Oops, I can't click on it for some reason. I'm on the wrong level. I am on
The House of Refuge has fallen apart, and I don't see any
no.
party marker.
It's my fault. I put it on the GM layer for some reason. I don't actually know why.
Raphael
Yeah,
has won!
You have a little party marker which looks like this. Obviously, people who are watching my screen, you can see all of the stuff on all of the hidden GM layers, so no spoilies for the players.
Secrets.
Yeah, I know, lots of secrets. Very cheeky secrets. Yeah, so we will. You guys kind of set out and start wandering. Like I said, it takes kind of about an hour to travel a hex. You weren't initially right next to the lakeshore at the point where Malshore led you, but going in that direction, you're bound to hit water eventually. The lake itself is pretty vast. If there were any sort of wind, you would expect that it could make moderately sized waves. As it is, the water kind of laps gently at the shoreline. It's more mud than sand, and there's some bits of the lakeshore that are stony as well. Things obviously wash down from the mountains that are further inland. If you look out across the lake, you probably kind of just see horizon. It's lake as far as you look, with the crests of some hills rising out from beyond the horizon, some distance past the lake. The hills are kind of over here-ish on your map. And for those of you who are seeing the party's version of things, you have a little grayscale version of the map. And light areas in general are raised elevation, dark areas in general are a lower elevation. So the lake zone is sitting in a bit of a valley between hills to the northeast, mountains kind of all along from the north. Hills to the northwest, mountains all the way from kind of the northeast down to the south. But yeah, as you kind of wander along the lake, you have your first real kind of close-up espying of a creature. But before that, I want to ask, who's at the front? Who's leading the way? I assume Hedy is, because you're the one who's rolled survival. You're the one who's looking for tracks.
Absolutely. But I might be, head down looking on the ground, so I'm not necessarily looking out,
Uh-huh.
My field of view is definitely focused on the ground.
Yeah, so that's got a little bit of a marching order. So we have Hedy up at the front. Is anybody else up at the front with Hedy?
I think Delphi likes to be very helpful and can see that Hedy has her head down and is looking down. She's like, oh, you might fall and trip if you're not looking where you're going up ahead of you. So I think Delphi would be running to go to the top, to go to the front to be helpful.
Sweet of you.
I imagine Connie would probably be towards middle, maybe looking at the flora and see what kind of things a big animal like this would probably be eating.
Uh-huh. Anyone at the rear? Anyone being the rear guard?
Sure.
Yeah. Oh.
We can both be at the back, taking the You look at that eye level, I'll look at this eye level, and we'll have it all
Yeah.
covered.
Yeah. Perfect.
My ankles are feeling very safe.
Oh my
Connie,
God.
Can you make me an intelligence nature check, please?
Oh, me?
Yes.
Intelligence nature. No advantage or anything.
Nope.
18?
18. Your best guess, the carpet of sort of small mosses on the ground definitely look like it would be. There's not enough sustenance there for a big creature. It's gotta be these big blobby bushes that are their main source of food. They don't really seem to have much in the way of defensive structures that you can see. Some of these red viney things, they definitely have sharp protrusions and spines on them. So your guess is it's going to be some of these big, like I said, blobby bushes. They really do look like someone has just doled out upturned a pudding basin on the ground, and out of it has come this green morass. They're spongy in texture, and unlike the plants that you're used to, they don't seem to grow out from a central stem. They're just an interconnected web of of green tissue, like a sponge. But yeah, you'd guess that those are probably the primary food source. This close to town, there aren't really any trees that you can see, so you don't know. Maybe a big creature might need, a proper sized tree to feed on, and if it's a really big creature, obviously it can reach up into the branches and find a tree.
I mean, famously, big animals in real life never eat small things at all. Never.
No, that's true. You think if they were scraping the little things off of the ground, like this is when I say little things, like this is not grass height. This is moss and lichen height. They would scour clean a wide area if they were scouring this guff up off the floor. And again, why would they do that when there's these nice, tasty, juicy bushes right nearby? So that's your Species says like and subscribe.
Emphasis on juicy in those bushes.
Yes.
Yeah, I was gonna say
on juicy. There's a lot of water trapped in those structures. Sorry, you were saying, Claire?
No, I was going to say I would like to see how juicy and tasty they actually are by cutting off a small sliver and eating it.
Okie doke. The taste is not much. Like it's kind of like eating cucumber. Like it's mostly water and moisture. There's sort of a hint of vegetable taste. There's no particular sweetness to it at all. It's just sort of mushy vegetable and a lot of damp.
How did he know that wasn't poisonous?
I didn't.
Oh.
I mean,
you'll know it's poisonous if and when I ask you for a Constitution saving throw.
As your, general appraisal of the area suggests that the creatures must be eating these, therefore it must be edible. I mean, maybe it's poisonous and they can, digest the poison, in which case I'd be in trouble, but...
Connie just clasped her hand around her amulet and just goes, "Oh, Lady Tiara, please grant me the power to cure illness and disease and poisonings."
Right, let's not eat random things that we come across. Even if we think other animals are eating it, we are not other animals.
We are of a completely different ecosystem. We have no reason to believe anything here is edible, except that people have been eating things here, and we know, for instance, that this animal that we're looking for is edible.
Well, indeed, exactly. If the animals of the ecosystem are edible, perhaps the plants of the ecosystem are edible too. You won't know until you try it.
Anyway, so as you kind of have wandered over in this direction towards the lake shore, Delphi is running keenly alongside Hedy, trying to make herself useful. And your first real encounter, I think, with an animal from this new native ecosystem is Delphi, in a moment of excitement, makes some sort of a noise. Perhaps it's merely a footstep into the mud or something. And out from behind one of these blobby bushes, just sprint at full tilt, a creature the likes of which you have never really seen before. It's a bit of a blur of movement as it runs. It is up on its hind legs. It seems to have 4 legs, but it is running in a very sort of ungainly way. It's clearly not well balanced on its hind legs, and as soon as it comes to a stop, about 60, maybe 120 feet away from you, it'll revert back down to a 4-legged posture. The unusual thing about how this creature is running is it darts out from the shore and it runs 120 feet straight across the surface of the lake. As it comes to a stop, it kind of slides to a skidding stop across the lake surface and just sits there on top of the water. It's kind of squat. I'd say it's medium-sized dog in size. The general appearance is that of a newt with a kind of a big, long, fan-like tail. Except it actually has two big, long, fan-like tails. And it kind of sits there a little bit beyond your immediate reach and just kind of cranes its head to look back at you.
Well, that's a
Arius.
fascinating creature.
You think anybody has named that? What would you name that if you had to name it?
Giant newt thing.
Indeed. Perhaps the locals have already got a name.
I love the reaction of indeed, yes, child, that's fine.
But I should give a little bit of context to people watching at home. Is we had a sort of little preparatory practice session -1, and this was the beast that they were sent out to hunt for session -1.
We did not
Sure went
succeed.
away.
We did not succeed.
We
Kind
killed
of.
it.
We failed to
Oh, right,
retrieve
yeah.
it.
It
Well,
kind of went
Hedy
into the water.
succeeded. The rest of us kind of just did nothing.
Yeah, I was the only one who had the range because I have my longbow. We were shooting at it from a ridiculous distance, so everyone with swords was just standing around. It was,
Tiri killed it though, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but now we're asked
Then-
to hunt something bigger.
Anyway, unlike this session, that session was non-canon.
Auntie
yes, there is-
Hedy, I remember from my childhood you like to start shooting from a distance, but... I mean, probably not with this monster, but with other creatures, it would probably be a good idea to let others get close enough to start fighting as well.
Indeed.
I
Assuming
just
that you
suddenly
can
remember that from my
remain
childhood.
stealthily enough. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you've not been hunting with me for a while, my child, but clearly you remember my techniques.
But that reminds me, I have inspiration, right? Is it me?
Yes.
You do, yes.
It is me. Okay. Oh
Yeah.
god. I need to remember these things. I don't know why that suddenly jogged something in my brain. I was just like, oh god, I gotta use this or I'll lose it.
Does this thing look at all threatening, or is it just?
It seems pretty chill out there to just kind of stand and look at you. And the first thing it did was run very far away from you, which does not
Okay.
immediately bring threat. If you want to have a more detailed analysis, you can give me a wisdom animal handling check.
Sure. Okay. I have real dice
Get a
now. I
read
bought
on its
myself
behaviour.
I bought
Like-
myself a set of
like-
dice just for this.
Chime in whilst you're rolling.
Uh-huh.
It seemed to be running. Perhaps from something.
I thought it was startled by us.
I mean,
Well,
we
well,
should
we-
all
if we have a
peel our
test
eyes.
result-
Perception check?
Well, from Melnir, what's Melnir got?
What's mine?
Oh, I got 21.
21. Yeah, it doesn't seem to be particularly hostile to you. Like, it looks quite flighty. Like, it's obviously, the way it's looking at you,
Mhm.
it's studying you to see if it needs to run further away.
Okay.
Your best guess is it was indeed startled by your party
Okay.
in particular.
We should probably look around, make sure that there isn't anything obviously predatory suddenly about to emerge from behind a bush. Anyway, but
Can't hurt.
Can you make me an intelligence investigation check, please, Hedy?
okay,
Have a nice look around.
sure. Oh my goodness, I don't trust these. I don't trust my physical dice. It's come up 19 again. I don't
What's the
use these
total?
dice very often. But yeah, so +0, so yeah, 19.
19. You have kind of a look around. You grab an arrow from your quiver and sort of poke it into some of these bushes. Nothing particularly seems to respond. Like, there's a nice clear area of mud right next to the lake shore, so there's obviously nothing there. You'd see it. Out on the lake, there is only this newt creature. And there's not, like, great hiding spots around. Like these are lowish bushes. Nothing big could hide behind one of them. Like I said, this new creature is sort of medium-sized dog in size. And don't ask me to tell you which breeds of dog I consider medium-sized, because I don't know my breeds of dog that well. It's not Chihuahua size, and it's not that like Irish wolfhound that's like a really massive dog in size.
Okay, you literally picked a Chihuahua and the biggest dog breed in the world, so it's not one of those.
It's somewhere in between. That's a medium-sized dog.
It's not
Like a
tiny, it's not
Labrador?
huge, it's medium.
It's a medium creature in D&D terms.
Okay.
It's a Great
Actually,
Dane.
It looks like
Yeah, no, go on. Maybe that is quite big for a dog. I don't know. Anyway, getting
it
sidetracked.
looks like it was just us that spooked it. Do we want to just?
Yeah, it
keep
looks like it
moving?
was just you guys who spooked it.
So it's a dog greater than a gnome.
Yes.
Hedy could ride this thing if
Yes, I am a small creature.
everything else came together.
Enjoying that method of measurement.
Definitely.
As you're doing an investigation, as you've had a look around for like what the things eat, you will see that this sort of mute creature again, where it was sitting before it got disturbed, there's definitely a patch of ground where the lichen substance does seem to have been kind of recently cleared. So perhaps this is the thing that's eating that sort of very small ground carpet, or at least maybe that forms part of its diet.
Hedy makes a note of this in her field journal.
Are we moving on? Are we carrying on up the lakeshore?
Yeah, absolutely.
I feel like it's best. It's not
They're
the
casting
point.
several rude, non-canonical gestures at the thing.
Okay. You head on further up. It's about another hour of travel. The lake shore itself kind of bends around at this point to the west. I do have to keep making a mental note, like working out which way's east and west, so I apologize.
It's east.
But this is why I just tend to use left and right. Like normally, if I'm looking at the map, I will just say like north right or north left.
North, right, north,
Yeah.
left.
So here the lakeshore bends around to the left.
Here's my easy trick to remember. So the Norwegian word for left and the Norwegian word for west both starts with the same letter.
That's very helpful.
I think we should go with
he speaks
starboard.
Norwegian.
starboard.
Okay.
Also
north
in English they
Norwegian-
rhyme.
Yeah, so at around this point, you can also see that although the lakeshore itself is kind of curving around, a fairly wide river seems to pour out into the lake at this point. It is. I do have an idea of how wide it is. It's like a couple hundred meters across, and as it pours out into the lake, it spreads out into this kind of wide delta with muddy islands. Some of them have this lichen covering on them. Most of them are pretty sort of bare-looking mud, and they might be quite temporary features in the long term. But you just have this kind of sort of a plain of river delta for a little while as it pours out into the lake. Let me consult my notes for a second. You've still not really found much in the way of large creature tracks, Hedy, as you've been having a look as you go along. But around as you come to the shores of this delta pack specifically, you will find more tracks from, let's call them, medium-sized creatures.
Oh, interesting.
They look like they have 6 toe or paw prints. And there's clearly been a cluster of them here moderately recently.
Like a pack.
Like a pack.
A pack rather than a herd, so like less than 10 or whatever, rather than, dozens or hundreds.
Yeah, not dozens and dozens of them.
Yeah, okay. Interesting. What can I see about these prints? I mean, have they got big claws? Have they got evidence of fluff or anything?
There's no evidence of fluff or fur. And indeed, the creature you've seen, the sole particular creature you've seen so far also didn't have any fluff or fur, so that maybe isn't surprising. These do have claw marks at the base of the prints, and also you would suggest this is probably a pack of animals which are all about the same size. There's not like small ones and adults. Either these are all adults or these are all small ones.
Let's hope they're not all the small ones.
It's difficult to say exactly how many of them there are. Like there's tracks on top of each other, but it's not like a wide field of devastation. So you're fairly confident it's not a huge herd. And in particular, they're clustered, as I say, around the edge of this like delta bit as the river pours out into the lake.
Well, if they are coming down to drink, this is as good a place as any, I guess.
You would say that there's no reason to rule out that this could be tracks made by the newt creature. Like they're the right size, and you haven't had a good close-up look at its feet.
Yeah, okay. Well, I guess we know that they run on 2 legs and then go down on 4 legs. Is there any evidence of the tracks transitioning from bipedal to quadrupedal? Or vice versa?
No, not around here.
Is there any sign of it being 2 legs or 4 legs?
If you had to guess, you'd say these are all... hang on a sec, let me double check my notes so that I don't say the wrong thing, because I did do that during session 1. I got a number of legs wrong.
6 legs!
Yeah, if you had to guess, you'd suggest these are all like... You'd guess these are probably all 6-legged creatures. Obviously, the old world doesn't really have many 6-legged creatures. But you think there's probably like 3 distinct pairs of tracks. Anytime you can find like a run that seems to just be one creature, you'd say there are probably 3 pairs, so 6 legs in total.
Which would suggest it's not the newt guys, because the newt guys have only got 4 legs.
Yes.
Right? Well, that rules something out. Probably. Interesting. Is there any directionality to the prints?
Mostly they're clustered around this thing. If you want, I can ask you for another wisdom survival check if you want to try and follow them.
Sure, I would like to see what direction they wandered off in.
Go ahead.
Wisdom survival, I have a +4 on survival, so... Wow, that's a 2! No, it's not, it's a 7, it's upside down. Okay, it's a 7 + 4 is 11.
That's 7. It's not tremendously clear which way they're going. They don't obviously seem to follow the lakeshore, and they don't obviously seem to follow the river, because those 2 areas, it would be very obvious because there's exposed bank and you'd see. So they've gone across the river, or they've gone out onto the lake if they're newts, or they've gone away from the lake. Which I know is not super helpful, but like you can rule out some of the obvious possibilities on a 7, but you don't know more than that.
Okay. Yeah, so they didn't stick into the muddy bit. They moved somewhere that was not muddy, either in the water or into the drier terrain.
Yes, and you can say once you get... Actually, no, okay, with a 7, you can say where these tracks meet the water, you do find some footprints. Well, you think they're footprints below the surface of the water, which might not be the case if they are newts, which can walk on water. But they don't go very far out. They're like at the very edge of the shore. So I would say that tentatively suggests they haven't run out either across the surface of the water or along the bottom of the water.
That makes sense. So if they're just standing at the water's edge, dipping their toes in, and then turning away from the water to go back inland.
Yes.
Also, we
That's
know
a
they have
reasonable
6 legs.
conclusion. Also, we know they have 6 legs.
Yes.
I won't ask about gait. I want to know, but I'm not gonna go for higher level biomechanical questions.
A DM is not a gateologist.
You didn't
Although
do...
it is Pride Month,
Yeah.
so happy Gate Pride.
Absolutely.
Gate rights are human rights.
Humans are boring though. We've not got very many gates. We can run and we can walk, and that's about it.
You can jog?
Yeah, technically speaking, that counts as running because there is a point where both of your feet are off the floor, which is why power walking is very silly. Skipping, that's a good question. I don't know if skipping is a different gate. Anyway, we're getting off topic.
This unfortunately is very much like a nerd snipe stream for a very specific kind of person. So yeah, you think you've got these tracks? They probably head somewhere inland. Is the summary of what you've got. But maybe they've struck out across the river or the lake, and they've just like swam.
Yeah.
Because that
Judging
would leave
from
tracks.
the size of the skull in Malshal's office,
that would be a large creature.
That's definitely a large creature. Okay, so it's not just.
Or it's a
they've
huge
got a
creature
small
with a
body
really
with a
tiny
really
head.
big head.
If that was the skull of a medium creature, it would be like 50% head. So like, I don't know, what's a caricaturishly large-headed dinosaur?
No, you're the
Yes. I mean,
dinosaur person.
None of them have actually got heads that big.
Yeah,
to that.
none of them have stupidly oversized heads, but it would be a very oversized head for a medium creature. And it might be a little bit on the smaller side for a huge creature. So you're going to say it's the head of a large creature. But
So this is probably
don't
not the
know-
tracks of the creature we're looking for. But we
you
don't
don't know if
they've
that
got
head was
smaller-
an adult or
Yeah.
a juvenile.
That's true. Marshall didn't specify that we needed to bring back an adult.
He did not.
No, he just said
So-
one of these.
We also don't
Presumably,
even know
if we're bringing it. Sorry, go on.
No, you can speak.
If we're bringing it back for food, though, surely bigger is better.
Yeah.
To a point of not killing us.
Also, we don't know if this species has juveniles. Perhaps they late in life turn into trees, and then they drop fruit that are actually eggs that turn into these, who then eventually become trees, and that's why we're not seeing size variation.
I like your thinking.
I love this.
Everything.
Trees!
Connie's improvising some fascinating life cycles.
Maybe that's why you haven't really seen much in the way of trees, because trees only exist in the mating season.
Oh my god.
Maybe.
Well, maybe y'all can think about the possibilities of an entirely novel biology over the course of a little bit of a break, because
Oh,
it
my
is
ancestors
just gone
was
2
free.
o'clock.
Yes. Sounds like an excellent idea.
Sorry, did I just hear Connie say one of my ancestors was a tree?
Yeah.
I mean, that makes sense for.
Question is, was one of your ancestors also, you were part, satyr, part tree? What kind of crossbreeding program are we dealing
Dryads.
with here?
The intermediate step is Dryad.
Yeah, I guess.
Alright, so little break time. We'll be back in, we'll call it 10 minutes. So 13 minutes past. Everyone make sure, if you're watching at home, and also if you're on call with me, make sure to get up, stretch your limbs that need stretching. If you need fluids, get fluids. If you need snacks, get snacks. And I will see you all very soon. And I will leave you with, on my end, this lovely little D&D music thing that I've got going on. And yeah, see you soon.
Okay, I think I'm gonna run and grab a banana. I'll be back in a bit. Yeah, see you in a bit, I guess. Have fun, everyone. I don't actually know if anybody's watching my perspective. Like, with the multi-stream, like, everybody's being, like, marked as, like, which chat they're in, and the only one... I mean, there was, like, Species dropping by to say hi earlier, and then otherwise it's just me in my own chat. I'm gonna go and grab a banana. See you soon.
Now hear ye, oh you rascals, with your bellies full of pie, and listen to this tale of old where the heroes both feet high. Hey, the master of concealment and an adept of disguise, which heroes is when he's taking fast his husband wants to lie. He's slain many a villain, be a dragon, buff or wizard. He's looted chests of all the best of treasures he could find. He's the undefeated champion of adventure, war and passion, and he sings this song as he goes along with a fiddle and a pipe. The grass is green, the air is clean, a sweet lass by my side. There ain't no fun in looking so I squeeze her up behind. The world is full of monsters, well, but they ain't here at the time. So let your roast, propose a toast to these drunken friends of mine. A hero journey far and wide, but it riches, gold and magic. But he never found his true love song, and it made him sad and tired.
Mademoiselle Molly was walking, he was shot as he was singing.
And I made a man from over there with a bow, and she was mine. She apologized profusely, said she thought he was at war, and she carried him to the nearest inn where she nursed him back to life. Well, it fell in love directly, and she married him that night. So they're off they down, they got me up in a song about their time. The grass is green, the air is clean, the sweet lass by my side. There ain't nobody looking so I squeeze her up behind. Hey, the world is full of monsters, following here at the side. So lift your voice, propose a toast to the drunken friends of mine.
Hi! How's everyone doing? Anybody out there in the cold, bleak void of the internet? Perhaps not in the cold, dark void of the internet, but I can hear like child screaming in the neighborhood. I can see like a neighbor sitting out on the balcony, so I don't want to be too loud, and it's too warm for me to close the window. So that's fun. Hi.
Hello, I am also back.
Welcome back. The quietest
Hi back.
Whoa! I'm back, I'm Dad. Indeed.
Hi Dad, I'm Jaskor.
I'm actually going to Google whether skipping counts as a separate human gait.
What is the definition of gait?
It's that the pattern in which you move your legs as you move.
A manner
So,
of walking, stepping, or running.
Yeah.
Any of the manners in which a horse moves as walk, trot, canter, gallop, or rack.
Indeed. But you also have, you can teach a horse to pace, which is what camels do naturally, where they move left and left together and then right and right together. Horses don't do it naturally. So there's another quadrupedal gait that you can do.
Huh.
So basically, the more legs you have, the more variety in patterns of which order you move which leg in. So, you know.
Would it be really obnoxious to bring like centipedes up here?
What if you just do a series of combat rolls?
I like this as a plan. Absolutely. Yeah, that's me playing Dark Souls. I'm just like, shoot, shoot, shoot. Panic rolling all over the place.
That is just something I was taught in my childhood.
I can't do combat
Hello.
rolls IRL. I don't work. Like
Hello.
Hello, Dizzy.
How's it going?
We're discussing
Have you
gaits and
had-
combat rolls.
Oh, here we go. Skipping is technically
Uh-huh.
a different gait compared to walking
Hello.
or running.
Hello.
What are we comparing to walking and running?
Skipping.
Skipping as a gait.
Asymmetrical movement in which successive footfalls are not evenly spaced in time. Has a sustained flight phase found in running and the double support phase found in walking. But it's 150% more metabolically demanding than running at the same speed. Excellent.
So what I'm hearing is if instead of going for a walk, you go for a skip,
You will
you
probably
lose weight faster.
expend more calories. Yeah, yeah.
Interesting.
Yes.
And look whimsical while you do it.
And
Yes.
look whimsical while you do it. Totally.
Which is the most important thing.
Heart full of whimsy and empty of calories.
I'm worried that I might derail the entire rest of the stream if I ask this question, but I'm kind of curious if there are like any interesting skipping related like world records or something.
Well, I think there are world records for most, rope skipping, but that's not the same.
No.
I don't know. I'm gonna do skipping world records. Come on.
I'm
Yeah,
gonna do a
no,
little
jump rope
roll
world
call
records.
for a sec. So
That's
I
not
hear a
the same.
Claire and a Hex and a Shaka. I think I heard a Shaskor.
Yeah, I'm here.
Do we have a Kirsten?
Yes.
Hello, and a Reth is muted.
Breath has just gone to the toilet.
A joke. Well, we will.
So-
The easy thing about, like, if either a Hex or Breath are missing, but it's only one of them, the other one we can just be like, hey, where's the other one?
The other one,
They can
where?
vouch for each other.
The other one, where? Yes.
Hello.
The other
Hello.
one, there. Here. Now.
Welcome back.
Hex, I kind of did latte art.
I'm so
so
proud.
impressed with myself.
Oh,
Nice.
congrats! I think.
Wait, I need to take a picture because I'm actually pretty chuffed with this. This is like
Oh, good.
a defining coffee moment. I mean, it started so well and then it wasn't, but I'm still calling it a win.
I mean, take the wins where you can get them. I think is my advice.
Hex, give me a score out of 10.
While Rhett is taking that picture, I would like, if possible, to hop you back in to the action.
I have a question about my inspiration.
Uh-huh.
So like if I give someone like a bardic inspiration, then like, you know, I'm giving them a D6 for ability checks, attacks, rolls, or saving throws. Help me with the normal inspiration.
So a normal inspiration grants you advantage on any one roll.
Okay,
So
it's
on a roll that you
advantage.
could
Okay.
normally have advantage on.
Okay. Well, I mean, I can have an advantage on any kind of roll, really, right?
You can't have it on a damage roll.
Okay. Well, yeah. No, I mean like any. I meant like any roll that I'm rolling with a D20, I can generally have
Yes.
advantage on. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Cool. Okay.
And I agree that it was a little awkward that they have inspiration and bardic inspiration. They work totally differently. But I didn't write the rules.
No. You wrote some rules, just not these ones.
That's true. I didn't write those. Yeah, so you guys are all clustered around this sort of little delta area. I'm going to introduce everyone's little own character tokens that we have down here in the bottom left. And I would ask you all, hopefully you should each be able to grab your own character token
I can grab mine. Yes.
and arrange them kind of how you think your little group is arranged around this bit of shore. So you have a muddy area with some tracks preserved in it. We have obviously these islands out into the kind of the stream of the delta. There's some rockier shore slightly further down the river.
Were we approaching from like the bottom right?
Yes.
Is that where we were kind of bottom right? Okay.
Yes.
Cool.
And crucially, a feature which I actually didn't mention before, you have your first sight of something which could possibly be called a tree.
I would like to investigate.
You would like to
my-
investigate?
wow,
Okay,
okay.
you can wander over to these trees and have a little investigate, Conifer, if you would like. When I say you think could be called a tree, they're obviously taller than any of the bushes that have been around, any of the sort of weird blobby things. The weird blobby things are only generally like a few feet high, whereas these trees, are taller than a person. They're not as tall as the tallest trees back home. If you imagine like a nice little, I don't know, like a fruit tree or something, you know, they're a couple of stories high.
To be fair, they're not competing with much here.
No, they're not. They are otherwise kind of similar to the spongy bushes, in that rather than having any distinct like branch structure, they just kind of have spongy green texture growing out from them. If you push your hand in, you can get it quite far in. You can feel that there is a slightly more solid trunk in there. The trunk feels like damp old wood. It doesn't feel like, you know, bark, like fresh bark on a living tree. While Conifer's doing that, Hedy we know is interested in the tracks. I'm curious to ask the people who are at the back of the group beforehand. So people who are in the rear guard in your marching order. What have you guys been up to?
Keeping an eye out for anything that because Eddie's eyes to the ground looking for tracks. And one thing has already jumped out of a bush, not at us, but to get away from us.
Mm-hmm.
I would have just been generally keeping an eye around.
Cool. Can you make me a wisdom perception check? While you're doing that, can I hear from Melnir and Wisteria?
I think very much so. Just keeping a watch, maybe at a different level, being a bit lower to the ground, but just observing.
Okie doke. In which case, I'm going to ask Hex. Can you make me that check with advantage, please? And
I
Wisteria,
sure
what have you been
can.
up to?
Wisteria would have been like looking out, but I think more so like listening for like perhaps bigger creatures or like the noise that the creatures were supposedly making, or just anything that indicates like, hey, danger is coming.
Okay. I'm not going to ask you for a perception check because instead I have something to just say to you. You're keeping specifically an ear out. As you're at the edge of the fields earlier, you noticed that kind of everything seemed sort of oddly quiet, and you've been deliberately keeping an ear out as you guys have walked, and like you've discovered something about the nature of that quiet. So as you're stood next to the lake, you can hear the lapping of the water coming from your left. And that all sounds kind of quite normal. And then sounds that are coming from inland. Even sounds from, like, say, Conifer, who's run not really that far away. Those sounds acquire kind of a muffled capacity almost. And in particular, you've noticed that it's not like a huge effect, but you've noticed that whenever you put like a moderately sized bush between, say, you and Hedy or you and Melnib, some of the people who are a bit lower to the ground, like they get noticeably quieter. So it seems like one of the weird properties of this foliage is it's acting almost like some kind of a sound baffle, a sound dampener, as though it's the walls of one of those like radio studio rooms to pull us out of the fantasy for a moment. Like the foliage has some sort of noise cancelling or noise dampening properties. And obviously you don't know if that is its structure or if that is its if that's some sort of supernatural effect on it. But yeah, it is something to bear in mind as you navigate the lake zone. The plant life itself is dampening any noises that you might hear. And in mechanical terms, what that is going to mean going forward is if you're making perception checks that are primarily based on sound, you will be making them with disadvantage, but so will everything else. The two at the back, Morwen, what was the result of your perception check?
It was a 15.
A 15. Oh, I see this. You've rolled a 15 twice, in fact, in the Roll20.
Yes.
You kind of listen and look out, and maybe if Wisteria is sharing this information, I don't know yet, maybe that will assist you. But you notice that there is indeed something that kind of looks like it's following you. And it's darting sort of from bush to bush, and it's trying its best to make the use of the bushes as cover. Obviously, they're not great cover. And you see a dark shape following, I don't know, let's say a couple of 100 meters back, enough that you're not really out of sight of it at any time. But it's not close enough that it could easily just like run up on you. I realize also I'm doing this thing again of.
I was going to say, are we going to have the metric imperial problem?
Yeah. I will quietly mention that to people. You don't want to look rushed because you don't want to let it know, but like, yeah, we're being followed. Do you guys think of Dorothy? Do you think she was sent to look after us?
What
You
kind
would
of
say this
Possibly.
shape is definitely consistent with Dorothy. Like it's the right size and the right color.
Interesting.
And also for the benefit of people who are looking at the Roll20, this is Dorothy's token, little puppy. Little terrifying, scraggly, dark-haired puppy.
So scraggly.
Uh-huh.
I love her.
What a pup.
Hopefully she'll be helpful rather than just
If
lurking
it is
ominously.
if it is Dorothy,
Do we
If it
want
is
to
Dorothy?
investigate properly if it is her or not? Bonnie, have you? Oh God, you've really separated from the group, haven't you?
I was told the closest tree was up here.
I might.
I
head
was
towards
wrong
Bonnie.
actually. I totally missed this tree down here. You can come and have a look at this tree instead. There we go. Sorry.
Oh, look! A tree!
Can't read my own map. Yeah, a tree. If you're having a look at this tree, can you make me? Okay, well, what are you looking at this tree for? What are you trying to learn about the tree, or are you just interested in tree because family?
I like my background is like an arborist, like a tree doctor. So I'm basically just curious to see like what the flora on this world has in common with the trees I know of.
Can you make me? Yeah, can you make me an intelligence investigation check? And I'm gonna say, can you make it with advantage because you're dealing with a subject that you're an expert in.
Yeah. Like, I'm mostly just trying to like extrapolate what it means for all the life on this world. I rolled a 6.
Well, with your level of expertise, some things are very clear to you. Firstly, this tree would make for really crap timber. Like, it feels like kind of half rotted down wood when it's still alive and standing. Like you've realized that the cores of these trees, those are the logs that have made up the log cabins that are most of the structures in Refuge. So obviously the best use that the locals have been able to find for these is just stacking them up as they are, rather than trying to cut them into any sort of planks or usable materials. If you've got woodcarver's tools on you, if you have a little chip out of them, you can kind of have a nosy around the structure and maybe get an inkling as to why. Is because, much like how the rest of all the spongy plant material doesn't have a clear, like, branching structure, this trunk bit also doesn't really have a clear, like, it's not a clear trunk that is one nice column of wood. It's just kind of a mass of tissue that's a bit harder and a bit more woody than the rest, rather than being a defined trunk.
You should have brought sapling from the old world.
I mean, maybe people did. Yeah, so little group down here who's dealing with the Dorothy question mark. What is your response? Are you gonna go investigate? Are you going to stick around and see if it gets closer?
I think if Morwen has said like about that and someone has suggested that maybe it was Dorothy, I think Delphi is gonna cast Speak with Animals.
Excellent.
And just like kind of call out and be like, Dorothy, is that you?
Yeah, okay, you call out. There's sort of a moment of no reply. And then you see slinking out from behind a bush. It is indeed Dorothy, who, having been spotted and exposed, kind of sort of trudges out, fairly plain to see. And she doesn't really, like, approach you. She just kind of stands there, looking ominous. 2 orange pinpricks of light still very visible even at this distance in the middle of her face.
I think Delphi will like move a bit closer to Dorothy, but not like too close to her because she knows to be wary because she looks fierce. And we'll just be like, "What are you doing out here, Dorothy? Are you here to help?"
Watching.
Watching.
Watching you.
Watching me.
She doesn't elect to respond.
I imagine.
Were you told to watch us? Sorry, Kier, go on.
Yeah, I perhaps I'm going off of your side of the conversation, of course, but perhaps she was sent to track us and see if we were doing all right with this little test that we've been sent on.
I wonder.
In response to Delphi's question, she just says the word test.
I wonder if Malshaw can also speak with animals to find out how well we do on a test from Dorothy.
Or share some kind of sensors or something, or...
Are you going to help us on our test, Dorothy? Or just watch?
She kind of... when you say, are you going to help her, she kind of turns her nose up a little bit. Like, it's maybe she would consider that beneath her, or maybe she's otherwise averse. If you like, you can make me a wisdom animal handling check.
A
to see if you
wisdom
can-
animal handling
Yes.
check.
See if you can read more into that response. And you technically you have both advantage and disadvantage on this check. You have advantage from being able to speak with her, and you have disadvantage because she's still a little far away.
Well, then I'm going to use my inspiration. I'm going to have advantage then. Or no, I can't do that. Can I not?
Yes. No, apologies. Sadly, you can't stack up multiple advantages in that way.
Sorry. Sorry. Not very clever.
No, you're all good.
Well, that's an at one, so that's 3.
You don't know anything more about what she's conveying with that, but I mean, it doesn't sound positive.
Oh, yeah, I don't think she's going to help us. I think she's just here to watch.
I mean, if this is a test, it makes sense for us to have an examiner.
She might also step in if one of us is about to bite the dust. People are definitely a finite resource here.
Those of you who've been in refuge a couple of days, you'll know that the official tally of population is 906 souls, including the 6 of you and everybody who came through on like that last day.
Does that include Dorothy?
You don't know.
Oh. I hope it does.
It doesn't include livestock.
Oh.
So you don't know. Obviously, Dorothy is not livestock, but you don't know if she'd be counted or not.
Eyes of the Grave, does she have a soul?
What's the range on your Eyes of the Grave?
60 feet, I believe it is.
Okay, you might want to get a little bit closer to
I
it. But
step
yes, you can use
closer and use Eyes of the Grave.
Eyes of the Grave. Well, you can tell she's not undead. I don't think it tells you if she has a soul. I don't know. I've never.
I guess it's mostly a case of
I
if
also
she's
don't know if
only a
D&D
soul,
considers
she would
wolves
probably
to
be
have a-
undead.
She's not only.
Do dogs go to heaven? Deep
Yeah, I don't know
philosophical
the official
questions.
D&D position on whether dogs go to heaven or not.
And they go to Arborea. That's the animal heaven. No, but
That's
it's mostly
possible.
like, if she's only a soul, then she would be a ghost and be undead.
That's a good point. She does not appear to be any form of undead.
So that's not very
And I
conclusive.
think also the fact that Speak with Animals works on her more or less kind of confirms her as being living, because it wouldn't work on her if she was an undead. But maybe as a DM, I would rule that it would work on her if she was an undead, because she's an undead wolf. So I don't know. But yeah, soft confirmed, not undead.
I am 50-50 whether she has a soul or not.
She has as much soul as any other dog you have ever done spooky vision on.
$60-40.
Okie dokie. So, with the information that you have, a little watcher, you've obviously found some tracks that you're not super certain which way they lead. What's the next step, gang?
I would definitely advocate for moving inland at this point.
So I'll put you back on the map screen. Hang on, that will help.
Yeah.
That'll help you make.
I mean, I
decisions.
guess we could follow the river, but I don't think the lake is necessarily where we want to be going.
I think any tracks are better than no tracks. So I think inland sounds good.
Yeah. So I guess a toss up between just due west into AG27 or that's east, you know what I mean? Or southeast into AH26. I don't mind. Or we could follow the river and go up to AF26.
You could also try and cross the river from here.
You said it was several meters wide. Several hundred meters
It's
wide.
Several
even.
hundred meters.
It's a fairly wide river, but where the delta is, because you have these regular intervals of sort of muddy land, each individual crossing is much smaller.
This sounds like an excellent way to get like. To
Also, I think I
acquainted
meant
with
several
the
hundred
local
feet,
leeches.
possibly.
You know.
My vote would be inland, just based on tracks that we've seen.
Yeah.
Wow, to the expertise of our Grandma Ranger.
I mean, I rolled really
Okey-doke.
bad on that tracking. I don't know.
It looks like Heavy, you're leading the way. Which hex?
East into AG27.
East to AG27. Okie doke.
Just a
As you head further inland, I assume you're keeping up the same marching order.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
As you sort of start walking off again, you'll see that Dorothy kind of resumes her attempts to sneak and hide. Around here, where you're a bit further from refuge, the trees, especially as you get more inland, the trees definitely become. You're never getting into a forest, but there are more and more stands of trees.
Is there any signs of like big animals pushing through the trees around here? That could be used as a.
That is a really good question. Can you make me a wisdom survival check?
How many trees have you seen in your life as a dwarf? Out of curiosity.
Not many, but you know, if a tree is like damage is damage.
I love it.
Clear one. Right, rolling. That is a survival. Yeah. No, that's survival.
Yes.
Survival. Yeah.
Wisdom survival.
12.
There are definitely signs that trees have been damaged, and in some cases, like they've been fully knocked over. You assume by a fairly sizable animal to do that. You've no particular evidence that there's, like, it could have been a storm. But yeah, there's trees that are knocked over, and in particular in the patches between stands of trees, like you'll occasionally find the odd quite old, rotten down, fallen log, or collection of fallen logs that suggests perhaps there might have been trees here at some point that have all been kind of smushed en masse.
Okay.
And then you kind of reach a much more open bit of terrain. As you head into AG27, you find a much more open bit of terrain. The blobby bushes are quite sparse here; they're fewer and further between. And then in their place, there's the occasional one or two isolated ones of these kind of red viney plants. But there's also just patches of like bare ground. And patches of what looked like kind of sort of parched dead plants. And there's also these individual isolated interesting yellow flowers. And up above, kind of for the first time really, up above there's like a significant accumulation of these bird-like creatures that you've sort of seen from a distance before. And now that you're a little bit closer, you can kind of see that they really aren't birds at all. They have a very different silhouette from underneath. Their wings are... Their wings are more or less like... Each wing is kind of a V shape, with sort of the narrow end of the V at the body, and then spreading out, splaying out as the wing gets further out from the body. You don't think they have feathers as such, and their hind limbs kind of just sort of trail in the air rather than the bird that has a more kind of sort of sensible kind of tucked up little posture for its legs when it's in flight. These hind legs kind of trail in the air, and they don't really have tails.
So what I'm hearing is they're really unaerodynamic.
Yes, but yeah, they're certainly strange.
Important question based on the tracks. How many legs do they have?
They're birds, so you're not sure. They're
Okay, I wasn't sure.
If they've left
okay.
tracks on the ground,
Okay.
you can't clearly identify them.
Okay, that's fair. So I was just curious.
But we can see that they've got wings, so one set of limbs and a second set of limbs that are the dangling ones,
Yes.
and an unknown whether
Uh,
they've got a
That.
third set.
Can you make me
to
a
make them.
wisdom perception check?
Hexapods. Sure. What's my d20 gone?
Actually, you everyone's having a look at this. So I'm going to ask one person. It can be anyone to make this with advantage because you're all. It seems like lots of people are taking an interest in these not birds.
We're all suddenly looking up at the sky.
What kind of check did you say it was?
Perception.
Wisdom perception.
I have a +5.
I have. Oh, that's better than me. I was going to say I'm proficient, but I'm not +5. So
I have a +0.
I'm proficient
So-
and a cleric.
Do
Oh
it.
yeah.
Perceive.
Perceive! Oh, I'm still set to advantage. That's a 16 though.
No,
Thank you.
advantage is right.
Oh, okay. Yay.
Okay, so 24, which I am seeing there.
Yep.
You would guess that actually, like the V-shaped structure, it looks like the V shape is actually a skin membrane that is stretched between two different limbs. So these are six-limbed creatures as well. Just using two pairs of limbs together to make their wings. As opposed to something like, say, a bat, where the other anchor point for the wing is back against the body. Or a pterosaur. In this case, the wing is a skin membrane stretched between the front and middle limbs, more like a flying squirrel.
That's
I think it's a
gross.
flying squirrel does that.
And
I do not like
how
that.
long has it been since I spoke with Dorothy?
Since you spoke with Dorothy, it's been about an hour, and in general, the
Oh.
time is now probably like very earliest afternoon.
Okay. I didn't care
Without
about the.
perfect
I didn't care
balance.
about the time of day. The time of day did not matter to me. It was the length of time it's been.
Yeah.
That's a shame. Okay.
And I think it should be sort of something you can kind of see from your map view. Obviously, I've got extra things on top. Oh, maybe you can't because of the orangeness. But yeah, so kind of to the southerny bit, to the south and right of you, you have this kind of line of mountains, And were you to continue further souther and righter, you would start to get into like kind of the barest foothill territory approaching those mountains. So you'd start going up in elevation mostly.
Further souther.
Yes. Those are both words in the English language.
Further south righter, I think it was.
Souther is not a
Souther's not a word.
Am I going insane? Didn't this say further south righter?
Yes.
Yes.
Dizzy can't remember which way is east and west, so left and right will have to do.
Yeah.
No, okay. The birds, obviously they're up in the air. But we got an estimate as to how like large they are. Like, are they a small creature? Or
You
a
guess
medium
they are
creature?
small creatures. Some of them might be tiny creatures.
Theoretically, I can speak with small beasts.
So that's
as a
quite
medium
big for a
creature.
bird, but quite
Yeah.
small for a creature.
True.
And are they just circling, or are they flying a certain direction? What are they?
They are
like,
circling
doing?
over this general area.
Okay.
Any of them ever coming into land or not? Just
If you want to stop here for a while and observe them, you absolutely can. Have a look to see what they do.
yeah, sure. Well, give them 10 minutes or something. Get the
Uh-huh.
binoculars out.
You can kind of pause for a little bit, have a look, observe these birds. They seem to be sort of fairly lazily drifting and circling. Like there's not much wind, so there's not really much in the way of like active stuff to fly against. As you kind of hear, particularly in the heat of the middle of the day, this barren patch of ground, you kind of get a lot of heat shimmer off of it from all of the moisture that's in the air. So perhaps this is an area where the barer ground gives them some nice thermals or something that they can rise on. At a supposition. They don't really seem to be interested in coming into land. From a more lengthy observation, you would guess that their hind limbs are probably kind of a bit rubbish to walk on. They look pretty spindly. Yeah, other than that, sitting down, having a chill out for 10 minutes. There's some pretty flowers around. It's a nice day.
I want to investigate flowers.
Okie doke.
Daisy chain time.
You're going to investigate a flower. Reth, what were you going to say?
Well, I was gonna say, did we want to go and look at the tree line where we saw the damage and have an investigate of that? Just as again, it's some sign of something, which is all we've got right now.
Yeah.
Okie doke. Can you make me another wisdom survival check, Reth? Shaskor. So these flowers, they're sort of small singular yellow flowers. You can see as you go up to look at them. What do you want from them again? What are you looking at these flowers for?
I'm just fascinated they are flowers. Like, are there pollinators? Like, what's the role of flowers on this strange new world?
Alright, make me another intelligence nature check.
Straight roll, not advantage. 6. Oh my
Yes, a
God.
straight roll.
I'm an
6.
arborist, not a florist.
Okay. Reth is kind of sort of a little distance away. The trees aren't particularly close to the flowers, so there's a little bit of distance between the two of you. You're having a nosy around the investigation when there is suddenly let's call it a hissing noise that you, Reth, will hear from behind you. And Shaskor, as you've wandered over to a plant and had a look at it, I'm going to ask you if you can please make me a Constitution saving throw. As you get close to the plant, it begins to emit a cloud of sort of noxious yellow fumes.
Okay. Okay. 21.
That's a 21. Nice. Okay, you'll take half damage, but you are unfortunately going to take some damage. This plant is effectively sort of a trap, if you will. So can you please take me 2 points of acid damage, and then I need to turn off the grid on this page, and I will give you a little bit more of a clue as to what's going on in just a sec. Doop. So grid turn off. Get you over here a little.
I was like starting to
A
note
little
down plant
flower.
poison gas trap, and then he said acid, and I was like, cross it out, acid.
Yeah. So this plant over here. So I'm going to ask you to pop a token nearby. The rest of you can scatter your tokens around. I realize I haven't actually put any trees on this map, for which I apologize. I guess they're fallen trees.
The horror.
Yeah. Let's, if you excuse me for moving you over. Let's call this patch of kind of dead plant over
Okay,
here.
cool. That was my
Yeah.
question here. Like, where was I?
Yeah, like there's a dead tree for you to investigate. The rest of you all
Okay.
can scatter
Okay.
yourselves around this field as you see fit. Yeah, this plant here, this yellow flower. Oh, I don't know how to do this on Roll20 anymore. I want to add a little bubble around it. Ah, aura. There we go. Yeah, it emits a cloud of acrid yellow gas, just kind of hisses out from it, and just kind of hangs in the air. And where it gets on your skin, and particularly where it gets like on any bit of you that is damp from sweat, or possibly like your eyes, the insides of your nose and mouth, like it really stings and burns, and deals a small amount of acid damage.
Ah! Flower's corrosive!
You really realize quickly as well that it's becoming hard to see in this cloud of gas.
Am I blinded as well?
No, but it's sort of it obscures like a fog cloud kind of spell type deal.
And this is why I like trees and not flowers.
As the gas begins to emerge, those of you who've been watching the birds, in air quotes birds, will notice a sudden shift in their behavior, and they start to dive towards the source of the gas. And it is at this point that I'm going to ask everybody, for the first time this session, to and the first time this campaign, in fact, to roll me all some initiative, please.
Oh dear.
As I desperately try and remember how to get the initiative tracker up. There we go. I believe you can right-click your tokens and hit add turn, I think.
Yeah.
To do so for the birds. Yes, they must be small creatures because they have tokens of the same size as your tokens.
How do I add my thing? Oh, there we go. Yep.
Okay, there we go. Right. Cool.
Met.
Oh, it's not bad.
Can someone do mine for me? It's not playing nicely.
Yeah, absolutely. What's your score?
14.
14.
Is it
Oh.
add turn I do to get myself in the list?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think I may have accidentally changed yours when I tried to change the birds. Shaka, apologies. So if you had a...
Mine was 8.
Oh, yours was also 8. Okay, that's fine.
I've forgotten what Melna's token looked like. Oh, it's so good.
Yeah, that's tight. Yeah.
For the benefit of people at home, I use a slightly different initiative tiebreaker system to how most people roll it. I'm going to ask if me and Delphi can do another initiative roll. So I managed to get an 8 again. So good job, me.
I got
There's
a
also-
17 this time.
There's also 2 of us that got a 21.
Oh, there are. Well, as you're both players, I'm going to let you, if you want, you can pick who goes first out of the 2 of you, or
I
otherwise you
think
can roll
you
off.
should. Connie Shaskar, I think you're in the middle of a sticky situation. I think
Good.
you would most likely react to it first.
Could we do it so that we can pick and choose each round?
Pick and choose now.
Yeah, I
And
guess I'll go
that'll apply
first.
for the rest. Okie doke. And yeah, I will then do a little sort. And Shaskor, Connie, is up first. So there are some birds, they are dive bombing towards you. Currently, let's say they're 30 feet up. You can kind of hear them. They do not sound like birds. They have a distinct leathery noise to the beating of their wings, and they are screeching at each other in a way that birds. This is not a sound you've ever heard a bird make. And yeah, it's your turn, and you're in this cloud of gas.
Okay, so they're still like 30 feet up.
Yes.
Okay. The curse of being first, you don't have a whole round to think of what you want to do. I think I'm gonna keep it simple. I'm gonna get the shield on the back of my back,
Uh-huh.
great syntax, and I'm gonna run 30 feet towards the others.
Go ahead.
In case the birds just don't like me being near the flower.
Mhm.
I equip the shield. That's my turn.
Morwen, you're up.
Yeah. How wide of a range is this horrible toxic acid cloud?
It is a 20. It is within anything within 20 feet of the plot.
Right. I will head over to Connie. Because presumably those birds are coming in, and that will be it.
Okie doke. Melnir, you're up.
Yeah, I think I will just. I'm just gonna move 25 feet in this kind of. Oh, what's the one thing? Give me my. 25 feet in this kind of direction to get closer to some people.
Which also, for the benefit of people who are measuring the circles, it's 20 feet from the edge of the plant's token, which is why it's slightly more than a 20-foot circle in general. Hedy.
Go.
I have, of course, positioned myself as far away as possible because I was bird watching. And of course, I've only got little legs.
You do only have little legs, that's true.
You do have the most range.
I do have the most range in the sense I could get my bow out, although I don't necessarily trust myself to shoot these birds down. You know what? Why the hell not? That's my 25 feet of walking speed. People with rulers, can you tell me how far away those birds are? Can I? There we go.
Do 86 feet vertically, or 80 feet to that one. But obviously there's a trigonometric component because they're a little off the ground. But before
Yeah, but
any
I
of
think-
that, I'm going to ask you, can you please also make me a Constitution saving throw? As another cloud of gas begins to
Oh,
emerge
no.
from the center of this little dark patch.
I stepped too close to the thing. Oh dear. Nat 20, plus my Constitution saving throw modifier, which is the 1, 21.
21, excellent. That is a past save. You will only take half damage, which is... Oh, do you round up or down? I've always forgotten.
Generally in D&D you round down.
Not in D&D round down. Can you take me 3 points of acid damage then, please?
3! Yes.
3! Half of 7.
That's spicy.
Oh, goodness me.
But yeah, so you still have the rest of your turn, but yeah, you
Yeah, okay.
trigger the cloud of gas as you moved.
Oh dear, okay. I am going to try and take a shot at one of these birds, just because scientific curiosity means I would like to examine one anyway, and this is a good excuse to anything.
Yep, sounds good to me.
So, they should be within regular range of my longbow, I think? 160 feet, so yes.
Which one are you shooting at?
Whichever one is nearest.
I think we decided that was this one.
Yeah. So, whoop. That is 11 plus 4, 15 to hit.
Is a hit. Roll me some damage.
Woggies. Where is my d8? It is over here. 5 plus 2 is 7, and that is piercing damage.
7 points of piercing damage. Your arrow flies out. It goes straight into the middle of this little bird creature, and then straight out the other side, having passed directly through it. And the bird creature falls down and vanishes into the cloud of gas.
Aha, okay. So that was enough to just completely down it.
That was enough to completely down it. I think I can give it a marker. There we go.
Well, we can
Dead bird.
pick up the corpse once the cloud is... Well, we might have to run into the cloud. I didn't think that far ahead. Oh well, that's the end of my turn.
Okay.
I'm not suggesting that this is a pattern with this party, but
Yeah, killing things and then leaving the corpses.
non-canonical
You
pattern.
can't retrieve, yeah.
I mean, we'll get to see what the acid will do to dead things, and probably get an explanation for why the ground is barren.
Good point. Very good point.
Wisteria, you're up.
I think, like, given that someone's, like, actively... Well, no one's actively being attacked, but clearly the birds were, like, swooping in probably to attack. Wisteria's just gonna run towards the danger.
Yay, run towards danger. That is the correct direction to go.
Oh, sorry.
I say that sarcastically. It normally is in D&D.
To be clear,
gonna-
I ran away in hopes that the birds just wanted the flower and not me.
Yeah, I will use my actions to dash, and I'll just, like... She will get her shield out in front of her, just ready to defend if needed.
Delphi, you're up.
Yeah, they're all kind of far away, aren't they? Yeah. Yeah, I think since they're so far away, I think Delphi will just also do a little dash.
Mhm.
About 30 feet, so I get 60 feet, right?
Yes.
I can't. Oh, I can. I was gonna say I can't do exactly 60 feet, but I can.
Oh yeah.
And okay, so that's my movement and my action. Yeah, that's me.
Okie doke. It'll be Burb's turn. So Sorry?
No, just having fun.
How far is everyone? Alright, so initially, they were diving down kind of towards this cloud of gas that's come out from the flower. Then, I think as Connie emerges from that cloud of gas, everyone's kind of run up here, which is a little spooksome if you're a bird. I think maybe they're gonna fly over in this direction. They're fairly fast. Obviously, they're coming down a little ways, and I'm not going to do trigonometry in my head. So we'll say that they're flying 80 feet directly over this way. So they're now kind of circling above. Not that one, that one's dead. Oh, it doesn't tell me. If I have multiple at once, it doesn't tell me how far I'm moving them. Hang on.
I think it does if you like right click.
Yes, there we go.
It does like one.
Yeah, so they're gonna fly over this way. You can see they now seem to have changed to being attracted more to either this cloud of gas, or particularly this one that is kind of above Heady. It looks like it's about to dive bomb Heady.
Rude.
Conifer, you're up.
Okay, I'm no longer in danger. My godmother is. So I'm just gonna follow along. Not at full speed, but going, hey, that's my godmother, and I point at the closest bird. Actually, the bird closest to her.
Uh-huh.
I think it's within range. Yeah.
I guess it would be, yeah.
It's 60 feet. And I cast... I point my finger at it, and it hears the sounds of Dolorous bells as I cast All the Dead.
Ooh, we love a Toll the Dead. Is that an attack roll, or am I making a save?
It's a wisdom save. DC 13.
Wisdom save. DC 13. Okay, well, there's a chance.
And that is not the correct damage out.
That is a 7, so that is not enough.
Alright, it's a 1d8 because it's not previously damaged, unless you're keeping
No, it
something
is not
secret from us.
It is not previously damaged.
2 necrotic damage, we're now even.
2 necrotic damage is not enough to bring it down, but does hurt it. Is that you?
I cast 2 cantrips at the same time. In the same time? If one is an action and one is a bonus action.
Oh god, there are some very silly 5e rules on this.
Well,
If it's a cantrip, I'm pretty sure that
it's okay.
fine.
I got a shield in one
Yeah,
hand and an amulet in the other. I don't have a hand for the stick. I dropped the stick when I cast the spell.
Fair enough. I believe that the answer is yes, so long as they're not both leveled spells.
Yeah,
So
it's, you
yes,
can't
you
you
can
can't
do it.
cast 2 level spells in one turn, no matter if they're
Yeah,
active or
or more specifically, I think you can't use spell slots twice. So if you have a way of casting a leveled spell that doesn't use a spell slot, like for a magic item or something, you can technically do that on the same turn as you cast a leveled spell.
I have things to say on the topic, but it doesn't matter. Let's move along.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right, so are you doing a bonus action thing, or
No.
are we passing on? Alright, Morwen, you're up. The birds
Yes.
have flown overhead.
I really should have invested in a crossbow, but I did make the decision not to. So there's life. Are they getting? They're lower now than they were before.
Maybe the
A
front
little.
one is a little bit lower. It looks like it's about to like I said, dive bomb Heady.
And I will just once again move myself into where the situation is occurring. I will dash over,
Uh-huh.
and that is me.
Melnia.
Yeah. So the one closest is injured.
Yes, the one closest to Heady is injured.
Injured. Do you have a crossbow? And it is in good range of my crossbow. I think I might just take a pot shot at it with a crossbow, the one closest. Just to try and... That's the one that's been injured, right? So it doesn't need to be a great roll. Trying to finish it off. Yeah, I think I will move a bit towards the group. You move that far, and then I'll just take a pot shot at the closest one with a crossbow. Try and kill it. Right, let me find some numbers and roll some numbers. Ooh, no, that's a 5.
That is not enough to hit, no.
That's okay. Then that will be done.
Alright, Hetty, you're up, and it looks like you're on the menu this time.
Oh no.
It's still like it's not close enough to be with disadvantage, right?
No, it's not. It's above you.
It's about okay. So I'm gonna shoot straight up at the one that's up there. Because otherwise, I feel like I'm on the menu. That is 15 plus 4 is 19 to hit.
That is enough to hit. Roll me some damage.
Yeah, boy. That's another 5 plus 2 is yes, 7.
That is enough to bring down another bird. Do you want to
Yay,
describe
hopefully not
how
literally
it
on my head.
happens?
It's skewered.
Good. Tasty. Bird on a stick.
Absolutely. I am absolutely going to collect the bird on a stick. I mean, if it's come straight down, like, within my walking range, I will collect it, like, immediately. Although it probably takes some action to pick it up. I don't know.
I think for a dead bird, that's probably an object interaction. So you can pick
Which
it
would
up.
be a whole action, isn't it? So,
Normally you get 1 for free as part of your turn.
do you?
I think
Okay,
technically it's part of your movement, which is really odd.
well,
That they're like
fascinating.
specific like that.
Well, cool. I will at least. Yeah, I don't know if I can like put it in my backpack or anything ridiculous like that, but
You
I'm
can
certainly
pick it
sort
up
of
for free, certainly.
picking up the bird.
Yeah.
And more importantly, I've saved myself from being munched potentially, or pecked, or God knows what. I will definitely be examining what kind of mouth apparatus they have after we've dealt with them.
Okie doke. Is that you?
Mhm.
Wisteria,
I don't
you're
think I
up.
actually have any bonus actions.
There's 2 birds. 2 birds down, sorry.
Mysterio's gonna like jog up to one of the birds and just gonna try to smack them with her sword.
It is currently high up in the air. It's currently about 30 feet up.
Then
so
it's gonna
be
try
in
to
sword range.
shoot it with the crossbow.
Go ahead. We know you're a dab shot with crossbow.
That's
Well,
a
we know you're
10.
non-canonically a dab shot. A 10 is not enough.
I didn't think so.
Your bolt whistles through the air just past it.
And I think, although, hold up. This is, is because is thaumaturgy. I can't even say it. Is that? Can I do that as a bonus action?
I would have to look that up. Give me a second. No, thaumaturgy is an action.
One action.
In that case, that is my turn.
Okie doke. Delphi, you're up.
Yeah, I'm just looking at. Alright, they're all 30 feet in the air.
Apart from the one that Hedy is downed.
Okay, the alive ones are all 30
Yes.
feet in the air.
Sorry, yes, I started saying apart from, and I was like, oh, well, that one's dead anyway. But we committed.
Okay, right. Second question. If I have a thing that can be thrown,
Yes.
there's 2 numbers. The smaller number is its normal range, right? So if I go above that, I'm at disadvantage, and it can only go
Yes.
to the next number.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. I have asked this question, I think probably at least 5 times in my other D&D game, but I don't use it enough to remember. Okay, I'm gonna move up to this one arbitrarily. And I have a dagger. I'm gonna chuck it at disadvantage because its normal range is 20 and its other one is 60. So
Do some cool knife throwing skills. Let's see what you got.
How do I do maths? That's a 13 to hit.
13 is enough to hit. Roll me some damage.
Yay! Where are my dice?
Cool knife trick.
Thanks. Right, I roll a d4 plus 2. It's not very many damage, but... Meh. Well, that couldn't have gone any worse. That's 3 damage. 3 piercing.
Not enough to bring it down.
My knife is now in the sky.
I'm not gonna commit to your knife being lodged in this bird. Do not fret.
I think we can commit to it on, like, I think don't commit if it gets away. But, like, if it dies, I'm happy for it to be there until I can pull it out, like, but...
Yeah, Schrodinger's knife. It's in the bird unless the bird gets away.
Yeah.
Is that you?
As a bony action... I think, Delphi will yell out to her sister and say, "You can get them next time, Wisteria, you're really good at this," and give Wisteria a bardic inspiration.
She's so lucky.
You have a d6 that you can use on an ability check, an attack roll, or a saving throw.
Okie doke. It is the bird's turn, and I have done. People who are watching my stream will be able to see as I bring it on stream. I've got up a right-angled triangle calculator.
Are you seriously gonna do fucking trigonometry for like how oh my god?
I had plenty of time because everyone was taking turns.
Oh man, I swear it says in the rules you don't need to bother with trigonometry.
This is why I got right up to mine to be like, I'm underneath it. It's just going 20. It's just going 30
straight up.
30 feet in the air.
Unfortunately, I have determined that the distance that they can dive 30 feet. So with 40 feet of fly speed, they can move 26 feet over land and still end up within reach. Now, as it happens, they don't need to get 30 feet down because they can end up above Hedy's head. So, Hedy is going to find herself...
Oh no, they're swarming Hedy.
Oh my god.
Dive bombed by...
No!
Can put you over there, so that there's room. Yeah, Hedy's going to find herself swarmed by burbs.
Oh dear. And I'm already injured from the frickin' acid. Which
You are already a little bit wounded.
I would just like to remind you that we're level 1 and we're itty bitty.
I know, it's
I only
fine.
have 10 hit points. I know I haven't been damaged yet, but like I feel very vulnerable.
I'm very squishy right now. Yeah.
You will be the subject of some number of attack rolls. I only have 2 dice to hand, so we'll roll them 2 at a time. Okay. The first one is a 6, which I assume does not hit you.
That does not hit me.
The second one is a 16, which I assume
That
probably
does hit me, yes.
Okay, we'll roll a little bitty bit of damage. Interesting. There is a typo. There's a typo in
In your stat block. Oh god.
my stat block. It says hit 4 damage. So if you've never seen a D&D stat block formatted normally, it does like the average quote-unquote damage roll, and then in brackets it tells you what you're actually rolling to do that damage.
Okay.
It says on a hit it deals an average of 4 damage, and the roll apparently is 1d4 plus 92.
That's not sound right.
I believe it's supposed to be 1d4 plus 2.
You're supposed to
I'm gonna
92.
roll a 1d4.
I think
I'm
you're dead.
really dead. That's like the only
like no
threshold
saving
for
throws
permanent.
dead.
Yeah.
Can you please take me either 4 points of piercing damage, or possibly, can you please take me 94 points of piercing damage? I'll leave it up to you to decide which.
Oh my god. Okay, 4 points of piercing damage. I am
Yes.
now very much bloodied.
And there are
60.
2 more birds still having a little snippy at you.
Oh no.
Well, one of them has rolled a natural 1, and the other one has rolled a 9. So you are fine.
Not hit.
Uh,
That also doesn't hit. Woo.
yes. Conifer, we're back round to you.
Okay, I was hoping they were gonna disperse before this, but I guess I'll have to start spending spell slots. At least I don't have to start casting Spare the Dying.
Yet.
It's good that you have it though. That's the important thing.
Yeah.
I'm in danger.
And I can cast Spare the Dying as a bonus action at a range of 30 feet.
Oh.
Which is a
Helpful.
pretty handy ability. That's
Yeah.
much more useful than your Eyes of the Grave. No offense.
I'm gonna use Eyes of the Grave. No, I'm using... I close my eyes and hold forth my amulet. And call out, "Your choice to attack will be your undoing." I cast Bane on 3 of the birds.
Oh. Do you want to point out which 3 so I can give them a little marker?
Well, they're all sort of clumped in there, and they're hard to... the 3 farthest away, I guess.
Okie doke.
So they must now subtract saving throws, subtract a d4 from attack rolls and saving throws. If they fail this saving throw, even. So they have to do a
okay, so
charisma
make-
saving
make-
throw first.
Charisma saving throws, alright. So the 3 that are furthest away from you, I'm guessing that's quite a few failures. So there's a dirty 1 for
Dirty one.
this bird. Yeah, so like a dirty 20 is a 20 after including bonuses.
I understand what you mean. I just think it's very funny.
This one got a 17, which is the highest it could possibly have rolled.
That's a success.
And this one got a 4.
That's a fail.
2 of them are baned, including the one that is injured by knife damage.
So, yeah. So they now, when making attack rolls or saving throws before the spell ends, must subtract a d4 from the roll.
Good to know. That will very probably help keep Hedy alive. Is that you?
I cast Spare the Dying as a bonus action.
Hedy is not currently dying. I guess you could spare the dying on the one that Hedy brought down if you like.
No, I deserved it.
Morwen, you're up. But Hedy, you're not dying, are you? You said you were bloodied, right?
I am bloodied, but not dying.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, no, I was just joking because I have
Oh,
bonus
oh
action.
sorry.
I'm gonna walk in there and smack one. With a morning
ahead.
star, which is what I do.
Top one, or so the unbaned one, or the baned one?
How evident is it that they are baned?
I think it's obvious that it's in some way, so it seems to be flagging, kind of, you know. It
If it
clearly
is-
seems more raggedy than the other one.
If it is fairly obvious that some are baned and some are not, I will go for the one that is not baned.
It has a creepy mask on its face, and it talks in a high-pitched voice.
God, oh my
And that's a 12.
That's enough to hit. Roll me some damage.
Sweet. 4.
4
Oh, that
points.
was 1 damage.
Oh, I need to roll some help for this one. It is still alive.
Grand. And that's me done.
Melnir, you're up again.
I will walk my 25 feet in the direction of things. Actually, there's no. Is there a minimum range? Like, is there a range I cannot be for a crossbow?
If you're within 5 feet and you make a ranged weapon attack, you'll be at a disadvantage.
Oh,
but
okay.
Beyond
I
5
don't
feet,
think
you're
I'm
fine.
within. I think I'm still fine. I'm gonna take a shot at the. There's one of these that hasn't been injured, right? Is that right?
Yes.
And then
So
I'm gonna take
this
a shot
one
at the-
here.
I'm gonna take a shot at the uninjured one with
Uh-huh.
my crossbow again. Where's my d20? There it is. Right. That is a 14.
That is a hit. Roll me some damage.
Cool. That's 1d8. That is 8 damage.
Ooh.
That is enough to bring it down.
Nice.
More
These poor
people.
birds, they rolled really badly for their health.
Cool. And that'll be me done. Yeah.
Okie doke.
Nice.
Hedy, you are up. There's a bird on birds to the left of you, birds to the right, and here you are with a bird on your head.
Stuck in the middle. Yeah,
But
absolutely.
perhaps that is a
Wow.
more
Yeah.
accurate description.
Yeah,
Stuck
so
in
these
the
guys are
middle with birds.
Yeah, absolutely. These are good. They are definitely in disadvantage range if I wanted to try and shoot them, right? They are
Yes.
in melee range now.
Yes.
What are we doing about stowing and drawing other weapons rules? Can I get my axe out?
Yes, you can let go your bow, or you can let go the dead thing and draw your axe.
Yes,
as
both of those
one
things.
motion.
I will draw my axe and just smack the one that is on top of my head.
Okay, that's the one. That's one of the ones that is uninjured. That's the last one I haven't rolled health for. I'll
Okay.
roll its health now.
Maybe it will roll badly. Maybe I'll be able to just shoot.
I mean, so far, our small creature friends have been their bane.
Make me an attack roll, please.
That is 15.
15 is enough to hit. Roll me some damage.
Yeah, boy. I have a d6 of hand axe damage. That is a 1 + 1 for 2.
2
Fucking
points of damage. That is not enough to kill it. Anything else?
No. I mean, theoretically, I could do 2 weapon fighting and make an attack with my other weapon, but I'm not going to do that because I feel
Your
like
other weapon is
getting...
currently a dead bat.
Yeah.
I
mean,
comedy value.
improvised? Is it a light weapon? And therefore, I can make,
A small-sized creature is probably a bit big to be a light weapon, unfortunately.
Fair
Like
enough.
I think a sea eagle is a small-sized creature probably, and that's a fairly hefty bird.
I mean, it does have an arrow skewered through it. I mean, maybe you could argue I'm making the attack with the arrow.
Wisteria, you're up.
Yes. I will approach the creatures.
Uh-huh. They are now at ground
And-
level.
I will try to smack them with my sword.
Cool. Give me
and
a
I
smack
will-
them with your sword roll.
At my bardic inspiration die.
Yay!
Oh my god. I did not need the bardic inspiration die. It's fine. Math. 28.
A 28 is a hit. Was that a natural 20?
No, that was an 18.
Oh, sad. No, a 28 it definitely hits. Roll me some damage. They are
5
all
damage.
injured now. That is enough to kill this one.
Huzzah.
Is that you?
That is me.
Delphi, you are up.
I am up, yes. Right, so this one and this one are alive. Okay,
Uh-huh.
So I will move up. They're within, like, they're low down now, right? All of them.
Yes, they can all
Okay.
be reached from the ground.
Okay, cool. Well, I'm gonna get here, and since we only have like half an hour-ish left, I'm going to use my inspiration now to attack this
Uh-huh.
bird.
Yep.
With my rapier. Let's go. That will be a 23 to hit.
That is a hit. Roll me some damage. I will let you know, this sneaky behind the DM screen, but this is the only bird that rolled above their average health value.
Okay, well. That's gonna be a 6.
That is Exacxes.
Yay!
Congrats. Is that you?
That is me. Unless. If I'm close to the one that has my dagger in it as a bonus action, I'll take my dagger out of the bird if I can.
I believe that is the one that Wisteria just killed.
Okay, well, I'm beside it, so
Yes.
I grab it. Mine!
Okie doke. Well, this has gone quite badly for the birds. Um,
Well, we came in and attacked our friends. What do they expect?
yeah, exactly. They do have the flyby attack feature, which weirdly doesn't require them to actually make an attack. It just says they don't provoke opportunity attacks when they fly out of reach. But it feels wrong to flyby attack if you're not attacking, so I'm going to have this one take one last little nibble at Hedy, which is an 11 to hit, which I assume does not hit.
Misses, yeah.
And then it is going to fly. It's going to fly up and over. Let's say it'll get to about there. It's going to fly up and over the poison gas cloud, and sadly does not provoke any attacks of opportunity. And then Connie, it's your turn.
I believe it's still within 60 feet.
Yes.
Blast it!
Has it been previously damaged?
Yes.
Okay, I point at it and says, "The lady summons you." And cast Spare the Dying again. No, not Spare the Dying, Toll the Dead.
Toll the Dead. And this is a DC 13 and it's subtracting a D4?
Yeah.
Oh, I forgot to subtract a D4 from my attack roll, sorry. That actually should have been an 8 to hit you, Hedy.
Well, it's even less likely to have hit it.
Yes,
Sorry.
alright, so Wisdom save with a minus 1D4. That is a total of a 3. That is a 4 minus 3 plus 2 to make 3 in total. It'll take 4 damage, which is enough to bring it down, and that is the last bird.
That is twice as much as when I rolled Necrotic with a D8.
Hell
that?
yeah. Yeah, you're out of combat. You now have a gaggle of dead bat/bird creatures. A couple of them have fallen down into these clouds of toxic gas, which are still lingering around even after a few turns. You can hear still the faint hiss of more stuff being emanated from these flowers. What are you all gonna do? Yeah, what are you all gonna do?
I have a theory.
Uh-huh.
I'm talking in character. I have
What's
a
your
theory.
theory, darling?
Flowers are usually colorful to attract pollinators, but poisonous creatures are colorful to ward creatures away. I think the reason these resemble flowers is because they're colorful to ward predators away, which would be herbivores most of the time.
You know what? I like that theory. My other guess would be that the birds, bat creatures, are used to there being creatures that are incapacitated or even killed by the gas that they can then scavenge.
Oh.
That's what I was imagining as well, yes.
That also makes
Yeah.
sense. But yeah, so we should
Oh,
avoid colorful foliage and flora.
You're
Except
suddenly
for you.
looking a lot braver for eating that bush earlier.
True.
Um,
I mean, you never know. They might be really tasty, and that's why they need to warn predators away. Because otherwise, the herbivores would be munching them.
By
because
all
they're
means,
delicious.
take a bite.
I would love to. I don't have enough health left to risk it, but I would love to do that.
Auntie Hedy, are
think
you
we should-
feeling all right? They kind of tore into you there.
They did. I'm definitely oozing a bit of blood. I imagine they went for my face. What were they attacking with? Their beaks or their?
Well, would you
Yeah,
like to
what have they
examine one
got?
of these carcasses?
Yes, I would love to know. Have they got little teeth? Have they got sharp,
Uh,
pointy bits?
Make me your choice of a wisdom or intelligent. No, actually, make me a wisdom nature check.
Oh god. Okay,
A
I'm
very odd
proficient-
roll to ask someone for.
proficient in nature. So
Uh-huh.
I would add a 4 for my wisdom instead of a 2 for my int. Yes. I rolled
You have
a
a +4 to wisdom?
No, I have a +2 to wisdom, +2 for
Wait.
proficiency.
Oh yeah, okay.
So yeah, that is an 8. That was not a good
That's
roll.
an 8. I mean, it's maybe not enough to learn like any additional info, but I can still tell you what you see. Now that you have a good look at this creature up close, it's a little concerning to have a good look at the mouth part of this creature. So the skull that you saw before, it didn't really have a recognizable jaw as part of it. And as you're prodding around this creature, and in particular as you're prodding around its mouth, you realize that rather than having what we would sort of expect in terms of like an upper jaw that is the bottom part of your skull, and then a lower jaw that is one or two sort of fused bits that hook in at the back. Instead, underneath the skin, effectively what's going on is this creature has like 4 little babby arms, which the teeth come off of to make up its mouth. And the teeth are quite long and skinny, but they're skinny in one direction, and then they're like a blade. So they're thin in one direction, but they're quite thick in the other direction, like a knife. And they have some degree of flexure, because each quote-unquote tooth, it basically looks like it's attached to kind of its own little tiny stubby finger bone inside the mouth. And so their teeth are actually quite flexible inside their heads.
Huh.
That
That's
is horrid.
As mentioned before, this cursory examination you see, they do have like 6 pairs of limbs. The rear 2, they're skinny, they have like barely any bone in them, and their feet are kind of adapted to almost act like a little tail. And then the middle 2 pairs of limbs, one anchors where you'd expect the shoulder to anchor, the other anchors fairly close to where you might expect a pelvis to be, and they splay apart to give this V-shaped wing with a membrane stretched between them. The whole creature, oh no, I'm doing 2 please giggles apparently. The whole creature in general is it's bat-like. It's covered in this sort of leathery skin. It doesn't have the fur of a bat. It's covered in this leathery skin. And yes, the head otherwise is sort of it's in the normal realms of like mammally, reptile-y kind of shape of skull. It doesn't have a beak. It has this strange mouth instead.
Okay, does it have what you would think of normal like sensory organs, in the sense it's got eyes, ears?
It appears to have 2 obvious eyes, something that resembles some nostrils on its snout. It doesn't seem to have any extra surprise orifices, and it does indeed have ears.
Extra
But
surprise.
they're not
orifices.
external ears. They're just they're like reptile ears. Or lizard ears. They're just sort of little depressions into the side of the head.
Oh, hang on. So we say it's got nostrils on the snout. Is that
Yes.
on?
So that's above the mouth parts. That's the front tip of
Okay,
the
so
skull.
the mouth parts. So there's a hard palate above the mouth parts.
Yes.
Okay. I might need to doodle this and ponder this anatomy, because I'm struggling to picture it. Huh. Okay. Well, that's.
I will see if I can
injury.
draw it on the gem layer, and then if I am happy with what I've drawn,
Happy with what you've
you might see it. And if I'm not, then you won't.
I'd be intrigued to see where they roost, if they roost at all. Like, if their back limbs basically don't support them when they're on the ground, do they ever land? Can they
it
look
looks like
around on the ground?
The end of each of their wing arms
Oh,
has
they
a
galump.
hook structure, so they could perhaps hang like a bat.
Dizzy,
Hello.
were you inspired by those tree-sucking thingies from The Future is Wild for these ones?
You know, actually, not directly, but
Oh, okay.
in general, The
But-
Future is Wild has not played it's
An
definitely been a
insignificant-
consideration
yeah.
for inspiration for what's been going on.
Yeah, okay. Nice.
It's great when people can call out like specific random obscure documentations that you've watched.
Yeah. Oh, also, wait, no, hang on. What are the ones? Oh, what's the space one? Darwin.
Alien Planet.
Alien Planet. That's the one. Yeah. That's the one I'm thinking of. Actually, not Future Star. Anyway, right, carry on.
We should probably
Do we
bring
want to
them
collect
along.
up?
Oh,
Yeah, collect up the corpses.
yeah,
Yeah, absolutely. I mean,
in case they're
we
good
can-
eating.
so like 3 or even 4 of them will have arrows or crossbow bolts in them, I think. Maybe 3.
One had a dagger, but now it doesn't.
Yeah, you've taken. No, I was just thinking of ease of carrying them. We just kind of like skewer them, and then sort of, you know how, you carry the stick that somebody's dangling from for taking them off to roast them in your camp.
Like a bindle, I think it's called.
Is that what they're called? Perhaps so.
Okay, I've got a diagram. Hang on.
We
It's
can
a
just
very
put
loose
them in
diagram because I've drawn
in
it
a
with
bag or
mouse.
something.
Okay,
Probably
here we have
easier to
our
put in a bag.
skull. Okay,
Where are we looking?
over
Oh, there.
here.
Fantastic.
So we have an eye. We have nostrils at the front. We have ear holes at the back. And then instead of a conventional mouth, we have some sort of a hole that is going into the skull here, with tiny little arm-like bones here.
You say
and
here.
Can you not see my? Oh, you
we
can't
can't see your
things.
mouse.
No, I'm on the wrong layer.
You have
okay.
to hold down left click. Oh, you're using arrows.
Eyes, nostrils.
So this is a side profile?
Ears. This is a
Yeah.
side profile. And then the mouth is kind of coming up in here somewhere. And it has little army bones.
I'd love to know what the
below
attachment points for these
and army
little
bones above.
jaw arms.
I have a cat yelling a lot. I will be able to hear you, but I need to let him outside. No one else is here.
Release the creature.
Yes, I will release.
Oh, we
the
love
creature.
him.
I will
Give
tell
him a
him you
little
love him.
kissy. Yeah, so I guess we've put the bird thingies into, or bat thingies. We should probably call them bat thingies. Into a sack to take home with us.
Yes. I will note our little token here has a little question mark on it. If and when you come up with names for things, I might put little initial indications of what you've named the things.
The
Oh
winged
gosh,
ones.
we really are pioneers.
You are pioneers, although for things in the lake zone, it's also possible that the people who already live nearby might have names for them.
Yeah. Shasko, did you have a suggestion? What was that you said?
The winged ones.
They are so far the only winged ones we've encountered, so
What happens when we run into more winged creatures? What do we call those?
the winged
Well, we
Also,
can-
you
winged
have
trees.
The other winged ones.
you have seen a range of different winged creatures in the sky of different sizes. None of them have gotten close enough for you to do a confident species identification. But these are not necessarily the only winged creatures you've seen, they're just the only ones you've seen up close.
Mm.
Yeah, put somebody on the planet Earth for the first time and try and get them to tell the difference between a pigeon and a blackbird when they're flying overhead. Give them a sec. you know?
Fair enough.
They're different colors.
We can call them mini wings.
Mini wing.
Mini wings.
Okay,
I like
you can
mini
add to your inventory 6. I think it was 6 mini wings. Oh well, actually, can you? Because of course, while you've been doing this investigation, let's say it's taken you sort of a few minutes. The gas has continued to kind of trickle out from the flowers, and eventually, after a couple of minutes, you hear the hissing stop. The gas definitely sort of lingers a little bit. Without any noticeable wind, it doesn't seem to really be dispersing, but it does kind of start to settle down lower to the ground after a little while. So if you wanted, you can hang around and see if you can grab the corpses of the ones that are inside the gas.
I mean, I'd like to see what the gas has done to the corpses as well. I mean, they may not be in a fit state to eat anymore. It would be interesting to know. So I'm gonna, go over and have a look at this one that's close by and see.
Careful, the plant might activate again.
Well, yeah, okay. I'll do stealth. I'll stealthily approach. Hope that the flower doesn't detect me.
Okay, yeah, make me a dexterity stealth check.
Be real sneaky like. That is a nat 1, oh god. Nat 1 plus 4 is 5.
That's a 5. I mean, you're not getting that close to it, and it is only a flower. So a 5 is still sufficient to keep its ire from being roused. Or maybe that's all of the gas it has.
Yeah, it needs to
You
be
don't know.
charged.
You could go and poke it and find out, but I wouldn't recommend
I'm not
it.
going to do that. But yeah, I mean, if it's got some kind of gas bladder or something that it needs to now metabolically create more gas. I mean, a real intrepid pioneer would be digging up their entire root system to see what the hell they're underneath as well. Assuming they have a root system at all. But anyway, whatever.
Yeah. So if you have a look at this corpse, can you make me a wisdom medicine check?
Sure.
Or if you want to really sit here for an hour and do a thorough dissection.
No, a cursory medicine check will do, I think.
Yeah, cursory medicine check.
So now 20 plus
No,
2,
20.
which is 22.
22.
This dice is just having a day. That one, that 20 come back to back. Good stuff.
Any parts of this creature that are sort of wet, so the eyes, which are wet, like normal eyes that we're used to, the inside of the mouth, any other orifices that you choose to investigate, as well as where the actual wounds on the animal are, they all look like they've been sort of severely attacked, severely etched, as though by a strong acid. The skin is blistered, although there's only so much blistering that can occur after death. And also, it was only 10 minutes ago that it died. It looks like it's been exposed to a strong acid or maybe an alkali, and I don't know what the actual difference is in them on bodies. So I can only say a strong acid or a strong alkali that particularly seems to have concentrated around any wet bits of the organism.
Yeah, I think it might be best to leave these ones. I don't think they're going to be good eating, if they're even good eating to start with. Maybe we'll just let the plant eat this one.
Looking around the area, actually, with the 22, looking around the area, you can see that all of the parched bits of foliage around, obviously all of the plants you've seen so far have been very wet, and it looks like the plants in the nearby vicinity of these flowers seem to have been attacked and are burnt and blistered in kind of the same way, which is why they're in these patches of clearer ground.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
Looking at this map, you can probably intuit the locations of several other yellow flowers if you zoom out.
I feel like yellow flowers would be very obvious to see anyway.
They are very obvious to see anyway, it's true.
Yeah, the barren ground was probably a hint.
Yeah, and just in general, this whole area, definitely, there's more, dead or dried out vegetation in general. So possibly these flowers are a recurring feature, or maybe there's more under the surface, or more that have emerged recently and are no longer flowering for whatever reason. It seems like an area to be wary of.
Yeah, I wonder if they, if they may have, if they're all the same root system or something, and they pop up like a fairy ring, the mushrooms popping up in a circle.
Go digging if you want.
I did not bring a shovel with me, I don't think. I have one in my
You can ask Dorothy.
No, I don't want her to get injured, because then she'd blame us, and then she'd glare at us, and I don't want to be in Dorothy's bad side.
You are a sensible gnome.
I kind of
I mean,
wanted
that
to
dog
like,
is larger than I am, you know? I don't bet on me in a fight.
I kind of wanted to like find a stick and like poke the flower, but I assume there's not many usable sticks around.
No, actually, there's not.
And I don't want to use my staff because what if it gets hit
Yeah.
with acid or alkaline?
Those of you who have expended ammunition, remember the stock is, I believe, there's a 50% chance you can recover each piece of ammunition used after the battle. So keep an eye on your tally. Things like thrown weapons, for whatever reason, are, I think, always
Easier
retrieved
to
so long as you have the
retrieve, yeah.
ability to retrieve them. So obviously, Chaka's knife is still kicking around in their hand.
Yeah, I think I expended 2 arrows. So, but I did kill 2 creatures with those 2 arrows. So are they stuck in them, or?
If
Do I
they're
actually wanna
retrievable, roll a D%, or you can just roll like a D6 or something, and you know how to do
I don't get to roll a
50%
D% very
chance.
often. I'm gonna do it. That is
It
not.
just
Where's my
says-
D10? Oh, there it is.
It just says on the crossbow bolts, at least, it says at the end of the battle you can recover half your expended ammunition.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, you can just take
Interesting.
the average and just take half if you like, but
I mean, I used to, so I'll recover one. That's
Yeah.
You know
if
what?
you
I'm
like
gonna do the same.
rolling,
That's the
roll a
simple way of
50,
doing it.
roll a D% each time. If you don't like rolling, just take the average.
I rolled above 50 for both of them, but I am gonna. You know what? Yes, I'm gonna retrieve both of them.
Okie doke. I
Yay.
hope I've put you back on the map screen.
Yeah.
We do
Mm,
have
yep.
only 8 minutes left, so if you want to wrap up here, I think it's probably a good time.
I think it's a good wrapping up point, really, because like if we move to another place, like we'll be in something, and then we'll have to finish up.
Yes.
Yeah.
I wanted to say one more thing on the topic of arrows, just in
Oh, yeah?
counter. We should probably be careful with our arrows. From what I've seen of the flora here, it's gonna be hard to make more shafts for them.
Yeah. I did bring a lot with me because I had this concern to start with, knowing, you know, we were informed beforehand that supplies were hard to come by in the New World. So I brought 100 arrows with me, which is plenty to be getting on with. But yeah, I don't want to be breaking too many of them. Although I would love to try and make new arrows with the new the new wood, just to see how naff they are. But also, there's no feathers for fletching either. You have to use God knows what you'd use, a bit of moss or something.
Do I remember back in Refuge they have livestock? I have no idea if you can use chicken feathers for fletching. I don't.
mean,
I'm not a
yeah.
fletcher.
I was
It
like,
would
maybe
do.
there's some Arakoa back in Refuge.
If I remember correctly, in the Senator's Guide, it says you can make arrows with woodcarver's tools, so maybe I'll have a go at it later.
But yeah, so thank you all for playing. I hope you've enjoyed session 1. I hope people in the chat have enjoyed watching session 1.
Hell yeah!
And now it is time for a special thing which people in the stream people on call will be expecting. People in chat, this might be new to you, is I like to run initiative in a slightly unusual way. So rather than me as the DM,
Inspiration.
You
What
said
did I say?
initiative.
oops, I like to run inspiration in a slightly unusual way. Rather than me just sort of doling out things arbitrarily as the GM, instead to reinforce positivity and other. Oh my goodness, there's a raid.
Oh my god, Paul, hi.
No.
I?
Hi,
Leave-
Paul.
Oh!
You'll be able to give the raids a nice little summary of the stream, I guess, as we go through. But yeah, I'm going to ask everybody in turn to give a vote for somebody to gain inspiration for next session. And give a little justification for it to say, like, what is a thing that you think they've done that you particularly liked, that you think is worthy of giving them an inspiration, an extra bonus for next session. And then hopefully we'll all have some lovely memories of all the things.
Don't
people-
ask me first. I'm doing shoutouts and things.
That's very I will start then with Hex arbitrarily.
I would go for Granny Heddle because she has been forging the way, following footprints in a fairly mediocre fashion, actually. But yeah, you know, you're the only one following footprints.
Yeah, I did so badly with my survival rolls, but thank you.
You had a great survival roll for detecting footprints.
Yes, and then a very bad one for following them. Yeah, you know what? That's good enough. Good summary.
I am also gonna put mine to Hetty. Just think, totally not as a fellow short person.
Small person, solid.
No, I just think it's great day of leading the charge into the great unknown.
Very amusing hearing short person solidarity having met you in real life, Claire.
Yeah, true.
Was Claire quite tall?
I am 6 feet tall. Yes.
What?
Oh my god.
Yeah.
I see this shocked as if like I have any idea of like how tall you are.
I know.
Anyway, but
Lots of people think that based on how I sound and act that I must be, I don't know, like 5'5" or something, that I'm not. And it's like,
well, I don't know, it's like, you know, like obviously I don't see your face on stream, but like whenever people are streaming, like from sitting down, people only see you sitting down if you're a person who is on camera. Like there's someone in my stream team who I would have said gives off tall person energy, and I would have said she's like 5'7". I think she's smaller than me, and I'm 5'2". So I was shocked to hear that she was small. Dreamers don't have legs.
that's
It's true. If I move Little Dizzy up, you can see that Little Dizzy has
no legs. Absolutely.
Little Dizzy has thighs.
This is my knee, Paul. I have legs.
Claire, do you want to give a nomination to somebody?
I would. I'm not going to vote for myself because that seems ridiculous. I was planning to vote for Shaskor because I think Connie was actually doing a lot of great scientific inquiry, looking at the trees, looking at the flowers. Like maybe that got us into combat, but that's still also, you know, forging a path. And I like that. It's good stuff.
Shaskor.
I'm gonna say Hedy as well. He did the most this session.
I love you guys.
Kirsten.
Very boringly, I was also gonna give it to Hetty.
There's nothing wrong there's nothing wrong with everyone agreeing on this. Like that, you know, that's nice. That means that you all saw and liked and respected things. Was there a particular moment, Kirsten, that stood out to you?
I don't think there were very many like exciting moments today, but Hetty sort of led the way, and I think that and then took damage for it, which is very rude. So I think Hetty deserves the inspiration.
And finally, Shaka.
Yes, I was torn between Connie and Hetty, but I like, you know, if I vote for Connie, like nothing's gonna change. It doesn't really kind of overly matter who I vote for at this point, but I will vote for Connie because I agree with Claire on like the whole being quite investigative, but it was tough to choose between the two of them. I think they both did quite well.
Well, I think everyone did quite well.
Go team.
Yeah,
you're
so
biased. You have to be nice to us all.
I don't have to be nice to you all. I'm the DM. There's loads of tales of DMs being terrible people.
Okay, but like out of character, like as friends, you have to be nice to us all.
Yeah. Can we appreciate the sentence? You're biased. You have to be nice to us all.
Look, okay, look, sometimes I say things, okay, and I think, like, shut up, everybody.
Yes, so that is 1, 2, 3, 4 votes for Hedy, which is a majority. So Claire, you will have inspiration for next session. If you do not use it next session, you will lose it at the end of next session. So make sure that you do. Next session will, I believe, be next week at the same time. Is the plan?
Same bat time, same bat channel.
Yep, all good for me.
I have no reason not to, I don't think. So yeah.
I think I ought to be available.
Unless I
I
get
might not
like,
be. I
unless I
might not
get
be.
tattoo illness. I don't know from the day before. I'm getting a tattoo on Saturday, next Saturday.
Marvelous.
Very
I
excited.
hope that goes well.
So sorry, did I hear a person saying you may not be here?
Yes.
Okey-doke. Well, that will be tremendously sad. Hex, you had something to
I
say as
should
well.
be here.
Wonderful. Well, we will see most of y'all next week then. Those of us who are live, do you want to agree on somebody to all go and give a little raid to together?
That would probably be a good idea.
Or is anybody planning on staying live?
No, I'm taking a 2-hour break before I re-stream. Unfortunately, I had been looking at Twitch all of 20 minutes ago, and I had a plan to raid Paul. And then Paul came here, so my suggestion was ruined. So, well done. So other than that, I have multiple people live on my list, and you know, none of them are going, I should raid this person for sure, you know. So if you have any suggestions, I'm happy to go with them.
I actually have no one that is particularly jumping out at me.
You do win,
Honestly,
Paul. You win.
I can. Shasko, do you have anyone? Otherwise, I can just. Or I mean, anyone else have anyone there?
Yeah,
keen?
I'm happy for all the people in this chat, like in like on the call, like I'm happy to take suggestions from any of you. Really.
I can see that Diz and Shaq are live.
Oh my god, no, we're not doing this. No, we're not doing this.
Recursive. Oh man. Oh, this is why I don't raid anybody out of my streams. I'm always too shy to interrupt people. That's a stupid thing. It's
I can see that Satana is live. I believe Shaka, you also are a Satana.
Yes.
The Satana worshipper.
I'm not sure that we go that far. I did do a like commentating of Hitler's Hollow Knight with Sav, so I'm happy.
They are on a BRB right now, but
she is, yes.
How do you spell Satana?
I will. It's got an underscore as well, so I'll put it in the chat.
Fair enough.
Thank you.
But yeah, thank you all so much for being here. I hope you all have had a lovely time. I know I have. I hope everyone in chat has as well. Thanks to people who've been around and spoken up. I apologize again for audio issues that were on my end. Sorry very much for that. I will have another little dig and investigation to see if we can track down any other causes thereof. And yeah, Shaka, when are you next likely to be live? You said in 2 hours, right?
I'm gonna be live at 6 p.m. this evening.
We're live at 6 p.m. Yeah, well, we'll hopefully we'll all see you then and there.
I will be streaming Silk Song, and I will be
Yay!
the game hitless because I'm a masochist in games.
You're
Hi.
so masochistic. That's mental.
I'm on a PB of 5, so we're getting there.
You really are. Holy shit.
We're getting there. So,
Maybe
yeah,
with all
that's
of our
me.
support, it'll be the run today.
Maybe.
I'm going to say goodbye. I'm going to deafen up, and I'll see you all over at Satana's. To
See you
everyone!
all over there.
Bye
Bye
bye.
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 Bye, everybody.
Please somebody
Lovely
send me the
playing.
spelling. Oh no, they both muted already. They can't hear me.
It's in the Twitch chat.
It's in the Twitch
Oh, it's in the
chat?
Twitch
Okay.
chat. That was the one place I wasn't looking.
Alright, see you next week, guys.
Oh, there it is.
Bye.
Bye. Okay, yeah. Thank you much for coming by, everyone. I don't actually know if anybody came to see my perspective. Let me see. Slash raid. How was the spelling? I guess we'll find out when we raid Satana and it says 0 people raiding. One viewer! Thank you, one viewer. You make everything more wonderful. That may be me. Actually, no, I seem to have closed my one window. Okay. Oh, 2 viewers! Thank you to oh so wonderful viewers. It is lovely to have you here. Thank you so much for coming by. I'll be here again next week with everyone else. And I've also been recording this the whole time with like separated audio levels. I may be tweaking some of the audio levels and putting it up on YouTube. Yeah. Have a marvelous rest of the evening, and I'll be going. Bye!